Gentlemen, Ms. Stamp, Mr. Minshew, I haven't called the meeting to order yet because we're not in order. Holy city, as they used to say. Good morning. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board here on September 16th. I appreciate everybody being here this morning. The first item on our agenda is to join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's a great day to have a full day's meeting because it's going to be raining most of the day. And we need a little rain here, so it's all good. The timing is perfect, and we got lots of good work to do this morning. So with that, the first item on our agenda is the WMATA annual reporting requirements. Ms. Jen Monaco. Good morning. Hope you're well.
Good morning. I hope this goes down well enough.
Welcome. You're good. You're good. We get you a stool.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members. It goes to the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. That to the dedicated funding. Up the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund allocation because the dedicated funding legislation requires that CTB withhold a portion of that funding if the dedicated funding requirements are not met. This would be done through a CTB withholding resolution. This presentation is about sharing with you WMATA's compliance with regards to dedicated funding legislation and any withholding and recommending any withholding that may be necessary. To implement the law, the CTB first adopted policy and guidelines in 2018 to provide more information on required documentation and deadlines to demonstrate compliance, but also to provide clarity on broad language and code. They have been updated twice to date, and CTB policy requires that they be reviewed every 2 years. My presentation immediately after this one will be that biannual review, but for this presentation, we're using the CTB policy that was adopted in 2023 to assess Metro's compliance with the dedicated funding requirements. Before I get into our assessment, I want to review the process that we took. Sorry. I want to note that we are currently, I'm sorry. Yep. Not used to
And
this
your
clicker.
clicker's as fast as your voice.
I'll slow down. So we are currently assessing activities that occurred in FY 2025. CTB policy requires that WMATA provide specific documentation or notification of compliance for the 5 main areas you can see on this slide, which I'll get into more detail subsequently. While DRPT staff have been monitoring these items throughout the year, we review this documentation provided by WMATA for compliance, and then the Attorney General's Office reviews for legal sufficiency. DRPT then prepares an annual recommendation for the CTB, which I'll be presenting today, In October, you'll be asked to vote on the recommendation. And I'll be going through each one of these areas, but in summary, DRPT found is not recommending withholding this cycle. This first area is with regards to board governance and restricts activities of alternate WMATA board members to acting only in the absence of a primary director. Prior to this reform measure, alternates were allowed to participate in the same manner as primary directors, creating a bit of an unwieldy board process. WMATA asserts compliance by July 1st of each year, and staff monitors board activities throughout the year. WMATA met the requirements here based on their bylaws updated in 2018, their June 27th document submittal, and my observation of meetings. No enforcement action is being recommended. The second requirement is that WMATA must adopt a capital improvement program for a 6-year period and hold an in-person public hearing in Northern Virginia. They adopted their capital improvement plan on April 10th after holding a hearing at the WMATA Eisenhower Building in Alexandria and submitted required documentation on June 27th. GRPT has again found that they were compliant and no enforcement action is being recommended. The third area is the adoption of a strategic plan, which WMATA adopted on February 23rd, 2023, and has been a pivotal guiding document for WMATA. The CTB directed WMATA in September of 2023 to include additional components in the strategic plan, which will be incorporated in the next update, which is due next year. WMATA provided notification asserting compliance on June 27th, and no other actions were required this year. Thus, again, no enforcement action is recommended. One of the more notable code requirements is the 3% cap on the increase of the Virginia operating subsidy from year to year. Legislation lays out certain exclusions to this cap, and CTB defines some of these in a bit more detail. This year, we'll be looking at the growth between fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026. CTB policy prescribes in detail what needs to be included to document that the 3% cap was abided by for the July 1st deadline. However, the 2024 to 2026 biennium budget included language suspending the cap for 2 years through the FY26 budget, which also provided general funding support to help cover the increase over 3% from the FY24 baseline. Although the cap was waived, WMATA still provided documentation on the operating subsidy growth, which increased for Virginia by 7% between fiscal year 25 and 26. Because of the suspension of the cap, DRPT recommends no withholding related to the subsidy increase. The last area is from a 2023 update to code that requires that by April 1, WMATA submit its proposed operating and capital budget and associated financial information. It also requires that two Virginia WMATA board members and the general manager of WMATA address the CTB annually regarding the WMATA budget, system performance, and utilization of the Commonwealth's investment in the metro system. On October 22, 2024, Paul Smedberg and Matt Letourneau, then current Virginia WMATA board members, and WMATA General Manager Randy Clark presented on these topics here at CTB. On April 1, Metro submitted its documentation to meet these requirements. Again, as such, no enforcement actions are recommended. Lastly, I wanted to put this presentation into context. Again, next I'll be presenting on DRPT's review of CTB policy. Next month, as mentioned, Randy Clark, Paul Smedberg, and NVDC's new appointee on the WMATA board, Walter Alcorn of Fairfax, will be presenting to the CTB, where you will hear about WMATA's financial situation and performance. At the action meeting, CTB will be asked to support a resolution certifying WMATA's compliance with the dedicated funding requirements, and if any updates are needed for the CTB policy. And that is that presentation. Do you want to take any questions now, or should I go into the next one on the CTB policy update?
It's up to you. Let's take them now,
Oh,
if you're good.
sounds good. I'll go to the next one. Again, Jen Monaco, now presenting on the WMATA CTB policy review. I'll learn this clicker by the time I'm done.
Maybe they're not ready to go forward, Jen. Maybe we need to have questions. Yep.
As mentioned earlier, the original CTB policy was adopted in September of 2018. Original CTB policy specified that the guidelines, as with many CTB guidelines, are reviewed every other year as circumstances may change. In 2021, that language was actually updated during the process to specify that a review must take place at least every 2 years. The policy, I think, is included in your packet. In 2021, updates were made to reflect changes from the 2020 session, as well as some technical corrections and clarifications, namely one around the legislative exclusion for legal disputes. In 2023, the changes reflected additional new code requirements and minor, essentially technical corrections resulting from the start of Phase 2 Silverline service. Before I go any further, I want to clarify a bit more what is in CTB policy versus what is in code. The major policy-specific requirements are related to establishing that WMATA must document its compliance with each code requirement by a July 1st deadline. CTB policy also clarifies certain broad language in code, such as what is meant by safety directives and capital projects approved by the board, which are 2 legislative exclusions to the 3% cap. Another example is providing more detail on the definition of participation by alternate directors. CTB policy also clarifies DRPT's role in the analysis and that this presentation take place in September. It also includes provisions for CTB to establish mitigating actions in the case of a violation that could result in releasing funding being withheld, except specifically for when the 3% cap is violated, which has a very specific mitigating action. It reserves the right for CTB to approve exceptions to this policy at any time, and it also includes the timeline for consideration of revisions, as I've mentioned. Pretty much everything else is included explicitly in code, including what needs to be included in the strategic plan and how often it needs to be adopted, provisions around the location of public hearings, and the possible exclusions to the 3% cap on the subsidy increase. For some additional context, there are no code changes to be incorporated this year, as there have been for each prior policy update. As mentioned, code is very detailed, so there is not significant room to maneuver by changing policy. I should also say that the process spelled out in code has generally worked well so far. An additional guiding factor in DRPT's recommendation not to propose an update to CTB policy this year is that DMV Moves, which is the joint Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments and WMATA Board initiative to address regional transit funding needs, and SJ 28, which the Secretary sits on and is essentially working to address the Virginia component of DMV Moves, will likely seek revisions to code this year. One component of DMV Moves is pursuing consistent requirements for Metro across DC, Maryland, and Virginia legislation and funding agreements. They are looking at aligning required documentation and deadlines, and this process is still underway. For these reasons, DRPT is recommending no change to CTB policy this year. And I want to note that next year will be the first year that the 2023 code update specifying the new elements of a strategic plan to better align with strategic plan requirements for all Virginia transit agencies will be incorporated in the plan. So the review next year will be assessing that factor for the first time. And particularly in light of the fact that CTB policy can now be considered for revision every year, DRPT recommends waiting to see how these processes play out to minimize changes. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Monaco. Do we have any questions? So, you know, one of the things that's sort of most important on this slide as it relates to us is the second sub-bullet under the first bullet on this page, page 4, which Ms. Monaco said characterized as we don't have a lot of work to do here because it's pretty prescriptive in code, and we sort of fill in the blanks as it relates to you know, any sort of vagaries that relate to that, perhaps. And the legislature has been very involved, as you know, with WMATA over the years, and will continue to be, and certainly you see that with SJ 28, and with, to some extent, DMV Moves, which is a wider group of folks. You know, we have struggled with WMATA in the state for many years, and I say struggled because it's a really big, really important entity in Northern Virginia, and things have changed a lot over many years in terms of the demographics, in terms of folks that move and where they go, and sort of the ridership, and of course all the COVID stuff that disrupted the entire world, but certainly the transit world in Northern Virginia. And so everybody's trying to figure out how to make this thing the best it can be and to continue to serve the very important region of Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. And you have three sovereign entities that control this beast, and it's really complicated, right? I think everybody understands that the concept of WMATA is critical to Northern Virginia. It's more about how does it look, what's it look like, how do we make it work best, how do we fund it, how do we make it as efficient as we can make it. And there's been a lot of work by a lot of people. As you know, Mr. Clark came in 4 years ago now, whatever it was, 3 years ago, and has really worked hard with his board to try to make this as good as it can be. We worked very closely with them, particularly over the last couple of years, and the legislature didn't do everything that we wanted them to do, but we're certainly continuing to push to make this entity successful, or continue to make it as successful as it can be. I will tell you that one of the things that we grapple with often is a lot of people's view is that it's sort of transit at all costs, and the bigger the better. And that's maybe a little bit of an overstatement in terms of at all costs, because it's not really at all costs, but the costs sort of become secondary to the concept of moving people and the impact that it has in Northern Virginia, and that's my view. Right now, I'm not sure where they're going to end up in terms of DMV moves in SJ 28, because basically what they're saying is we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. That's sort of where we started. And frankly, the SJ 28 cadence in its meetings has been started with that, and we'll eventually get to how do we cut costs if we can, and certainly we can. And so you can't be all things to all people, and you got to be able to afford what you want, and that's the big struggle, because this thing is a massive beast. Certainly there were labor issues and high costs, and we've been through a lot of this over the last number of years, so I'm not going to sort of belabor it. But my point is, a lot of this has been out of our hands because it's so tightly prescripted in some respects by the General Assembly. And ultimately, my comments about moving forward and sort of the difficulty with that is it's been made pretty clear over the last couple of years that there's not a lot of money north of Virginia to help fund these deficits. And I haven't heard the latest from Maryland, but as of some months ago, the answer was, we don't have any money, folks, and we're not going to raise taxes here for that. As it relates to D.C., they're strained as well. And frankly, the only one that really has the more recent financial strength to continue to feed the beast is Virginia. And I don't know how Virginia does that without its two partners bellying up to the bar to do the same thing. So this will obviously go beyond this administration as we transition out in January, and the legislature does more work on this in January, February, March, coming up in 2026. So, WMATA, as I said, it's very important. It's bus and rail, as you know. It's a sort of a unique system in some respects because it is it's very hub and spoke. It reaches out pretty far, and it just has incredible costs associated with it. So this is going to be something we'll continue to battle with. Battle meaning, find a way to make it as good as it can be for the money that we can afford to spend. And I have not been, nor has the administration been, a big believer that we just need to find more funding for it. We don't think that's the answer. But in any case, it is what it is at this point. We have these policies that we put in place. As I said, the statutes are pretty prescriptive and tell us what we can do, and we just fill in the holes there. So they are complying with these measures that they're required to comply with. And that's where we are. I would just hope this board would continue to push on this going forward, even given your opportunities to do that are not, absolute. But continue to push on ways to find it, to make it better, and to have it less cost for the riders. Riders got to pay some fare. In my view, that's been lagging drastically over many years. Safety's, tantamount. If you don't feel safe, you're not going to ride. And you just can't take every rider every place they want to go every time of the day that they want to go. It just doesn't, you just can't do that. So whether you're in a dense area of Northern Virginia or you're in a sparsely populated area of Southwest Virginia, people have needs to get places, and we don't take everybody everywhere they need to go. There's a lot of transit need in the rural areas that people are clamoring to get more transit. We've seen that. And listen, just because they're in the rural area and just because they're spread out, they don't have ability to get somewhere. They got the same problem as you do in another place. And so some of this is about access, and some of this is about cost, and some of it's about the environment and how do you move people the best that you can. But it's a very difficult situation. We built it so big up there, and there's so much cost associated with it that it's really hard to get it under control. And so that's really the board's job, not our board's job, but their board's job. But our legislature continues to push to just fund it at higher levels. We did that a couple years ago. We didn't want to see that, but that's what they did. And so here we are. Again, I salute the folks that are working hard at WMATA for doing what they've done and what they continue to do. I would caution that we can't continue to grow when we can't pay the bills for what we have. I understand the desire to do that and to serve more people, but you only have how much you have, and you got to live within your means. And WMATA's had a hard time doing that. This isn't going to get any better. The capital side of this is difficult. I think some of you all know, we've been eating some of the capital to do operating up there for a fair amount of time. And those chickens all come home to roost, as they say. And so you'll continue to have to struggle and work with us. The legislature is going to have to. But at the end of the day, if you just let the beast eat what it wants to eat, it's going to eat you. It's going to eat everything you have to give it. And somehow we need to wrangle and wrestle that to the ground. So those are just some few short comments sort of about WMATA. Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that history. Concerning that 3% cap on the growth and operation expenses, I assume that's done in the context of the biennial budget?
Yes, sir.
And we'll probably see that sometime in early December or so, and I guess that's when the conversation will commence for the next biennium.
Yeah, the legislature and the budget directed certain expenditures, and it would be sort of inappropriate to determine they were out of compliance when the General Assembly and the governor signed a budget that told us what to do. So
right.
yeah, so we're go ahead, Jen.
Just for the FY27 proposed budget, and we'll be hearing more about that going forward, but the expectation is that they're not going to increase the subsidy by more than 3% next year. They're going to go back, but using sort of where we are now is the baseline.
It's a new baseline. We set a new baseline, so we won't go up another 3%, but the baseline's up substantially, right? So, yes, sir. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Monaco. Appreciate it very much. Next item on our agenda is the Perdue Agribusiness LLC Rail Industrial Access Application. Mr. Todd, good morning. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I thought just as a brief introduction, I haven't been in front of the board in a few months. We have some new members. My name is Michael Todd. I manage 3 grant programs for DRPT. 2 of our grant programs operate on an annual cycle, so those projects are adopted during the annual SIP adoption. However, for the Rail Industrial Access Program, we keep that program open all year, accepting applications on a rolling basis. And so I'm in front of the board often presenting these projects for your consideration for funding. Secondarily, I just wanted to thank an audience member, Mr. Keating from Perdue, traveled in this morning to be here for the presentation. So I appreciate the travel and the time and your interest. So with that, I will go ahead and get started. Potentially. There we go. So just as a little bit of background and kind of an executive summary for this project, I'm sure many of you have heard of Perdue, one of the largest food companies in the U.S., specifically at the Chesapeake site that we're talking about today. They deal with cooking oils, soy, grain, and take a lot of that product to international markets via the port. So that is one of the driving decisions here for the investment for Perdue is access to the deepwater terminal at the Port of Virginia. The overall investment for the site is about $62 million, and they are requesting the maximum amount of funding of $750,000 for the Rail Industrial Access grant. This will help construct over 2,000 feet of new track at their facility. And so just talking a little bit more about the investment decision specifically at Chesapeake. The international demand for soybeans is kind of outpacing the Virginia production of soy, the near mid-Atlantic production of soy. And so Perdue is needing to reach out to markets beyond kind of near proximity to the Chesapeake, markets that are ideal for the long-haul rail shipments from places like the Midwest and South. And so specifically at the Chesapeake site, they're served by the Norfolk-Portsmouth Beltline short line, which is a dual rail access short line. So in other words, they connect to both CSX and Norfolk Southern. And then, of course, as I mentioned, it also is a deepwater terminal with the Port of Virginia and then has access to barge service. And kind of following on that, I just wanted to make a quick note that we're really seeing kind of this agglomeration economy around the port. Obviously, it's been there for years, but the last 4 applications that we've received for rail industrial access, spanning a little over a year, have all been kind of feeding the port and taking advantage of the access that we have to international markets. So a little bit more about the project details. As I noted, it's about a $62 million total investment in the Chesapeake site. So this includes also some additional facilities for crushing and processing the oil. They're adding a second storage pit and some more efficient loading and unloading, which will actually allow them to operate 24/7, and also incorporating a transload facility. The specific construction for the rail is a little over $3 million, and it will be constructing 2 new tracks for over 2,000 feet, 2,000 linear feet of new track. And the request, as I mentioned, is $750,000. There we go. So taking a look at the site, the new construction is highlighted in red. So you can see those 2 new tracks that are on the near side of the facility. And then also just as a note, kind of on the right-hand side of the presentation going up and down, that's the NPBL main line that they're connecting to. And taking a look at the project score, we have 7 categories that we score every single project. So every single project is looked at with using these same metrics. In this case, the project scores really well. It actually receives the maximum points in every single category except for 2. This project will only be creating 4 jobs, which is kind of just by definition, transload facilities don't require all that much employment in order to operate. They're very efficient in that way. So it receives 8 out of 20 points for jobs. And the local unemployment rate, although slightly higher than Virginia's average unemployment rate, is a little bit better than the maximum score that it could get. So it gets 8 points for that as well, for a total of 76. And kind of as I noted earlier today, I'm just here to talk about the project, make my recommendation to you. Next month, I will come back in front of the board with a resolution for your vote to hopefully approve the project. And if so, we will move forward with executing the grant agreement.
Comments or questions? Mr. Lawson?
Mr. Todd, always love these projects. Just curious, is Virginia a net importer or exporter of grain?
Exporter.
Well, we're
In this case, we're exporting?
yes,
Okay.
bringing in the raw product, processing, and then shipping out. In some cases, it's going international directly through the port. In others, it's being barged actually to some of Perdue's Delaware and Maryland facilities to get further processed.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson, somebody might correct me, but I would say we're a net exporter of grain.
Oh,
And I would tell you agriculture is our largest business in the state, as you probably are aware. Yes, sir. Ms. Stant?
Wayne Coleman and I visited the site with Mr. Keating and Mr. Lloyd from McGuire Woods Thursday, the 4th of September. It's a huge facility. It's a major factor in the port development there. It's a wonderful facility. This is going to be a wonderful project. They're putting $62 million into additional funds into this facility. So this is something that we really need, and it's something that, of course, we'll support next month. Thank you.
Anybody else? Dr. Smoot?
Mike, who will own the track?
Perdue, the one that they're constructing, it'll
Yes.
be, yeah,
We're just putting money into it.
With access to the Norfolk Portsmouth Beltline?
yes, they're the operating railroad, correct.
Okay, so the continuing cost of maintaining the track will fall to Perdue?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you go back and look at the picture
Mr.
of
Stant,
the site,
one with the facilities on it. Go back, please.
Yeah, it's
It's hanging up.
slow to, there we go.
That one?
yeah, the new track is immediately to the top of that, of the existing track. So it's just two new tracks right adjacent to all those other tracks that you see there. So it's all on Perdue's facility. It's just two new tracks to increase their capacity.
What else? Just a couple things. You know, Perdue is a neat company. It's a family-owned business. I'll tell you that one of my favorite memories in business school was after staying out later than I should have with the class above us. The professor decided to call on me the first thing in the morning because he knew I had stayed out later than my classmates who went back to study. And it was about Perdue chicken franks. And Frank Perdue was talking about making chicken hot dogs at the time. And so I got to be front and center to discuss how that would be a good thing. And I launched into my dissertation. And after about 30 seconds, he explained to me why he showed me why he was the professor and I was a student. And I think he was trying to make a small point, but so Perdue has rung true in my heart ever since. I love the company, and I always think about Frank Perdue and his chicken franks when I think about Perdue. So I don't vote unless there's a tie. If there is a tie, I'll recuse myself because I'm a downstream provider to this company of soybeans through I lease some property, lease farmland that my farmer grows soybeans and sells them to Perdue. So I'm not going to be part of that. Yes, sir.
Where else does the soybeans come from? Are they coming from the Midwest?
So currently, they bring in from kind of near proximity, and this will open up markets, yeah, Midwest. I don't know if I know every single location, but yeah.
And is it going to come in on rail as well?
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, 7,700 new carloads are expected, so that's all that, bringing in those long-haul shipments from the Midwest.
Are they going to bring it through the Winchester facility? And use the port there at the
My expectation is I have not done the specific origin destination route, but I would assume it would be coming in the Heartland corridor with NS, which kind of follows the 58 corridor a little bit.
That facility would be moving it from truck to rail, pretty much. That's what that would be doing, or rail to truck. All right, anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Keaton, for being here. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 4. It's an overview of the development and monitoring of the long-term risk and opportunity register and VTrans strategic actions. Mr. Ramchandani is here with us this morning with Mr. Lawson. Welcome, gentlemen. I hope you're well.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I just want to make a few comments before Jitendra takes off and walks us through this presentation. This is an attachment that's on the screen, not the presentation. I'll just point that out so you can bring up the right
Yeah, it's a little tough to read there.
slide. While he's I'll go ahead and talk, Mr. Secretary, a little bit while they're getting it together. VTrans, for those who've been here and for those that have not been here very long, is the board's long-range transportation plan. There are 4 main pillars, which we have a nice slide on that you'll see shortly, that represent the parts of VTrans. It's the vision, guiding principles and goals, the midterm identification of needs and prioritizations, the long-term risk, and then strategic actions to address those risks. We are required, the board's required by code to update the long-range plan, the strategic plan, every 4 years. And we're in that cycle now. We actually started it about 2 years ago, beginning with the vision and goals, and we've been working through methodically the goals and the mission, and the midterm needs. And now we've got the last 2 pieces to kind of take care of between now and December. Here we go. There we go. So these are the 4 main pillars as we refer to them. We're now into the last 2 that you see here on the right chart. The long-term needs, the midterms, as you see, we just did and approved, you approved in April. We're looking at bringing to you today the long-term risks, which are kind of the uncertainties facing the Commonwealth transportation system as we look forward. This is really a 20-year look ahead. Not today's problem, but what problems do we see coming that we need to be thinking about to make sure we address so they don't creep up and get us later. And then the strategic actions are really what is it that we want to do to make sure we are addressing those issues. So today, since it's been, most of you probably haven't even seen the long-term risk register and those items that were previously identified and adopted by the board in 2021. So we want to take today to walk you through the existing materials, and then we'll be back at the October meeting to talk about potential changes to those items and an update to take forward in the final in December. So with that, Jitendra.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson, members of the board, Mr. Secretary, good morning. So I will go.
Welcome, Mr. Ramchandani.
Oh,
Good to see you.
good.
Appreciate you.
So just for reference, this item was in your packet for the July board meeting. We couldn't get to it because of the time limitation. So the handout and the presentation was in it, and it is included this time as well. As Mr. Lawson said, we are planning to go over the policy as it exists today. It was adopted in December of 2021. I think one of the things that we came about in 2021, or we decided, was as we look at planning and the challenges to transportation system 20 years out, there were sort of two ways. So the traditional planning way has been, let's look at what the traffic on 995 southbound lane at exit 93 at morning 8 a.m. will look like. And we found that that level of precision, given all the uncertainties that exist, is not necessarily helpful. It doesn't help us do things that we want to do. So the other approach that was taken, the one that is in front of you in the form of this policy, was to let's look at the things that we do not control, things that are outside our control, but may require us to take certain actions or respond in a certain way. So this long-term risk and opportunity register is very similar to what an individual will do while doing financial planning. Well, I have a kid who might go to college, and I need to start saving for tuition, even though that might be 10 years out, right? So those are the risks and opportunities that we are trying to find related to the factors that are outside our control. There were some rules that we wanted to have along the way, that we wanted to have them replicable, that someone else should be able to pick it up and come up with the same result. Whether they agree with it or not is a different thing, but they should be able to come. So it cannot be based purely on an opinion that is in someone's head. Evidence-based, so to the extent possible, we relied on academic literature, things that we often don't see in news articles. In my opinion, news articles and those sort of things are at least a decade, sometimes at least 4 years behind where the industry might actually be going. So for example, iPhone came out in 2007, and I was at Texas A&M University, and I was working with computer science students on a mobile application, very similar to the apps that you now see and were launched in 2008, 2009. So academic world has a sense of what is on the horizon. Now, the application might be 10 years out, 20 years out. So we wanted to based on evidence-based and non-speculative. The other thing was that we wanted to do it over and above the business as usual. So we wanted to just see what a particular thing will, how it will impact. And we wanted to make sure that the uncertainties are reflected in the form of scenarios. So we do not come up with one number, because that may indicate a level of certainty that we do not simply have. All right. So this policy identifies, there seems to be a lag in the click and the shuffle. So the policy identifies 4 mega trends, and the definition is there, and 10 macro trends. And the focus is on the known unknowns. So someone very famous said there are known knowns, things that we know, and we know their impacts. So those are the things that we incorporate in our day-to-day business. There are unknown unknowns, things that we do not anticipate coming up, and we do not know what their impact will be. So we don't deal with those. And we are focusing here on known unknowns. So we know this is on the horizon. We do not know the level of impact it might have, or we might have uncertainty around the impacts of that particular phenomenon. And I will get to those on the next slide. So the trends, our mega trends, are things that are global in nature. They are large social, economical, environmental changes. Macro trends are things that may impact state governments and require changes. And risk and opportunity register is sort of our way of compiling everything in one place so that we can take a periodic look at it and say, are we doing everything that we wanted to do? Similar to what you may do with a financial planner on an annual basis every other year. All right, so I've said there are 4 mega trends and 10 macro trends. So the sort of, you look at the way I look at it is the top squares are the buckets. So there is the climate, natural events related, technological, consumption, changes in consumption patterns, and then socio-demographics. And within each, there are different trends. So for example, on climate, we had increase in flooding risk. And this is related to sea level rise, storm surge, inland riverine flooding. We did look at the time, and even this time, we looked at factors such as extreme heat and other things. But again, we do not have enough evidence or that can lead to quantification of those risks on the transportation system at this point. That is not to say it doesn't exist or there is no literature for that. Technological advancements, so the board has seen or heard of automated vehicles. Their electric vehicles have been in discussions, and shared mobility. So that's a very fancy term for all the scooters that you see when you're in Richmond downtown or in Lynchburg downtown, Roanoke. The Ubers and Lyfts that you take when you are traveling to and from different destinations, electric bikes that you see. So essentially anything, a vehicle that you do not own but are utilizing to go from point A to point B. Consumption patterns. So again, these are things that do not directly impact transportation, but indirectly do. So consumption patterns, the growth of e-commerce. So I can tell you, I don't know when was the last time I went to buy clothes in person. You can probably tell by looking at me as well, because most of the clothes I get are online or, So that is one less trip for me, so it's a minor impact, and when that minor impact is collected for population of Virginia, 8 million some people, it has minor impact, but it has impact. Automation of production and services. So this is a catch-all category that reflects things that we hear about drone delivery, because it's a service that previously was being done by an individual coming to your doorstep, dropping off a packet. 3D printing, which is concept related to distributed manufacturing. And this time around, even though it is not included in here, is the artificial intelligence, which is and the services that are impacted by that. So this is the catch-all category for all the automation that goes, and the extent to which we can quantify the impacts of those on the Virginia's transportation system. And finally, socio-demographic and employment change. I think that is pretty obvious. So the category is obvious. So within that, growth of professional services industries, increase in workplace flexibility, the growth of 65-plus cohort, which was a trend. We continue to see the increase in the population share of age 65 and above, and the different mobility needs that come with that, and the population and employment shifts within the Commonwealth. So those are the 10 macro trends associated with the 4 buckets that you see at the top.
Lieutenant, before you go on, yes, ma'am, Ms. Sellers.
So are the macro trends based on research? The caffeine's kicking in. And the macro trends are based on academic research, or they're based on trends that you're seeing here?
They are based on what you see on the slide are based on an academic research and research from other publications. Again, they have to meet all the same criteria. They have to be non-speculative. We have to be able to quantify their impacts and the impacts specifically on Virginia's transportation system. So the answer is yes. Short answer is yes.
And the mega trends, how are those just kind of?
Those are the sort of the thought buckets that we organize around more than anything else. The policy dictates that, those sort of buckets might remain same. We might change or add macro trends within that.
Lieutenant, before you go on, let me just drone on for a minute. When I came on in this job almost 4 years ago, I talked a lot about automation and sort of where we're heading in transportation. And it got me an early label as the flying car guy. And it made some people sort of nervous that they had this whack nut guy talking about flying cars. So just think with me now. Let's pretend today we're fully connected. Your car is fully connected. Everybody's car is fully connected. And by that I mean it drives itself to where you want to go. You have to have no intervention, zero. It's controlled by, basically computers and software and algorithms and everything else. Anybody think that's never going to happen? I mean, to Ms. Seller's point, we can just watch it happening, right? We just launched a new work group that was directed by the General Assembly to look at the impacts of this and to start planning for it in terms of our policies and our laws and so forth and so on. Because it's not that far away, folks. It's already creeping in, right? Waymo's doing its thing in DC already, right? We won't let them be here yet. But that happens, these delivery vehicles, whether it's a drone or whether it's I saw the Pizza Hut, I can't remember what you call those things, or who does them, but this little vehicle going down the sidewalk with a flag on it was delivering pizzas the other day. And so my point to you is, I don't know how many years it's going to take to get fully connected, but it's not 100, right? I don't believe it's 50. Now, if you want to say it's 30 or 35 or 40, we might have that debate. But the amount of change that you see and how fast it's coming, if you go out and look at these things, is just astounding. And I'll just, as an aside, I'll say, we've spent, I usually am able to go on some economic development trips, and we've been to the air shows, and to see the disruption in the defense industry is unbelievable. Just the stuff that's out there that's cheaper and better than the stuff we've been doing for years and years and years is just so much. So all I'm telling you is this stuff is coming. We're planning for it. But think about if it was existing today. Think about how your deal would be different today. You might not even have a car, right? You might call a car from somewhere that sits off on some off-site lot and, like a driverless Uber, and it comes and picks you up, and you can do anything you want to in the car while you're going. You can sleep, you can eat, you can work, you can do whatever you want, and just go. And guess what the risk of a safety problem is? De minimis. We're still losing folks. We're still losing upwards of 800, 900 people on the roads just in Virginia every year that die. That'll go away when this comes. And the throughput difference will be phenomenal because you won't have the human behavior, and it will be all totally organized by computer. So how many more roads, how much bigger do the roads need as your population grows, or as your need to travel grows or diminishes, to Jitender's point? How does that change what we need to do in funding transportation and building roads the way we build them now? So I'm just, I wish I'd be alive long enough to see it, and it's unlikely that I'm going to see it the way I'm talking about it. But my kids will see it. My grandkids will certainly see it. And so we're sitting here, spending $4 billion to double the size of the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel because we're overwhelmed. Well, that's going to change, folks, and people are going to be in flying cars, but more importantly, the cars are going to be, the cars on the ground, the buses on the ground, everything's going to be connected. One of my frustrations in this job, in the transit space, particularly, is we don't have good information, right? We can't really tell, because we don't run these agencies that we're funding, right? We can't really tell, we can't really get the information that we want. And that would be solved if every bus, every transit vehicle had a camera on it that could properly identify people getting on and getting off. Could also serve as a safety device, which certainly is critically important today. And, you know, that's when we get there, and we'll get there eventually, but when we get there, we can do a lot more in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. And so all this technology is just going to change what we're able to do, and it's going to change the way that we do it. So, you know, it's a little bit of still pie in the sky, if you will. It's going to take some time. But 20 years from now is going to be very different than now, and 40 years from now is going to be profoundly different from now. It just is. And we're already planning for it. We're already doing it. And the companies, the private sector is pushing us, right? We've got trucks following trucks. We've just started in Virginia where we can do the attenuator trucks, right, with nobody in them. Because believe it or not, and you know this, people run into the trucks. I don't know how people run into work zones like they run into them in Virginia. I don't know how that, I don't understand that, because it's bizarre how many work zone accidents we have. But they run into the attenuator trucks. So if you got one that's 10 feet behind another truck that's got a driver in it, and the attenuator truck gets hit, well, it's just the attenuator truck and whoever hit it. It's not the driver in the truck anymore. Well, ultimately, that's all going to go away. It's just going to be an attenuator truck with nobody in it and nobody in front of it. I mean, we've got tractor trailers in the United States that are going down the highway with nobody in them. So 40 years from now is just profoundly, it's going to be profoundly different. And, you know, this is about that. Right? This is about thinking about those kinds of things and how does it change what we do. So to me, it's fascinating. I love it. I wish you know, this is popular mechanics and popular science as a kid. And all I got to say is, I got Dick Tracy's watch. Here it is, right? I can call people on the phone. I can do whatever I want to do. And these things have more power in them than the original space shuttle. I used to say that the capsule that went to the moon, and one of the Apollo capsules, and one of the NASA scientists corrected me. He said, there's more power in that phone that you have there than was in the first space shuttle. More computing power. So just think, and everybody has one. Just think about that. So, Jitendra, I'm sorry, but.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot.
if I may, to the point you're making, which I think is right on target, in the summer of 1964, and at the risk of further dating myself, I can recall the last delivery I ever saw of a farmer bringing goods to market by horse and wagon. Now, that was 61 years ago. 50 years before that, practically everything was delivered by horse and wagon. So over that period of 50 years, we had such a profound change. Now, in the 61 years since then, we're still delivering stuff for the most part, by truck and highway. And you said earlier in your presentation that this was to be non-speculative. I don't see how we can be non-speculative because we don't know what the future or when the future is going to be. So we must make some educated, I hope, guesses, or else we will do nothing. The highway system today, other than being, you know, bigger and a bit more refined, is essentially like the highway system was 61 years ago when the farmer brought his last load by horse and wagon to market. I hear all these things like electric vehicles and whatever, but I don't see a heck of a lot of it. And we are talking here about hundreds of millions of dollars that we're allocating to address needs that exist today without really being able to know whether the fairly immediate future, say 20 years from now, 40 years from now, is going to be greatly different. Most of what we fund assumes that it's not.
You know, I'm not sure I agree with you there. we know that this change is coming. That's not speculative in my view. We don't know how fast it's going to get here. We don't know that. And we know before it gets here that we have real problems to deal with, right? And we can't wait for that to occur because we'll die if we do that. We'll strangle our economy, we'll strangle our citizenry. All I'm saying is we'll get to that point where that curve starts to bend. And I don't know when that is, Dr. Smoot, but I know it's not 10 years. It's not 10 years. We just can't do it. You know, you just think how many cars and how many people are out there. It's not 10 years. But it's not 100 either. And so it's coming. Is it 30 years? Is it 40 years? Is it 20 years? I ask this question all the time of people, but the concept of everybody being connected is going to take a long time because that's technology that's got to go in your car, and your car's got to be able to handle it, and it's got to be mandated, and da-da-da-da. So I don't know when it is, but it's coming, and this board will not see the inflection point, I don't think, because in the meantime, the factors that are impacting us are different, and they'll continue to impact us until we get to that inflection point in the curve, and then it'll start to change, and that's going to be some years from now. So I don't have a problem doing what we're doing today. If I was sitting here 30 years from now doing exactly the same thing, I don't think it would be the same. I wouldn't feel so comfortable. Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I would be interested in your team's thinking about the proper role of Virginia government with respect to, you know, what we're thinking here. Are we looking out for the citizens of the Commonwealth individually? Are we looking out for the people that transverse through the Commonwealth of Virginia from New York to Florida, let's say? Are we looking out for commerce development? And I ask that question with respect to
All the above.
with respect to you know, the priority of new construction versus maintenance of existing roads as we think about these trends for the future. And the reason I ask that is because it just strikes me that that the commercial side of the equation will advance much more quickly than the individual. I mean, that's just from my human perspective, because they're out there looking for ways to move their product faster and more efficiently, while the average American they just want a car to be able to go where they want to go. So I put that on the table and ask your thinking.
We see that now, Ms. Dunlop. That's exactly right. You see the trucking industry, you see the delivery industry. That's who's really pushing this now. They'll be the early adopters. And that'll all have an impact, and that's what we're trying to plan for. How do you integrate it when you're partially automated, right? So without getting in the weeds, there's sort of 3 levels of automation that the people that are in the know talk about. We're basically in level 2 right now, with things like the fancy cars that have, you know, adaptive control, and things shake or they rattle or they yell at you that you're not, you know, put your hands on the wheel, or you must be tired, you know, take a break, whatever all those things are that you see, to the next level, which is what we're morphing into, which is sort of this in-between phase. And then the final phase will be, you know, you're not doing anything. You're just getting it. It's like getting in anything else. Yeah, somebody else is driving, but it's a computer, not a person. So
When we think,
there.
for instance, about the trucking industry and the driverless vehicles, but they're still on, you know, 18 wheels. I mean, what's the change there, and how are we looking at that?
Well, that's exactly what some of this work group is starting to look at. How do we put rules and regs and laws around how that works in the Commonwealth? But your earlier question, who are we looking out for? We're looking out for all of it, right? Because if Perdue wants to bring grain from the heartland into Virginia and through our port, we want to take care of them. If somebody's moving from North Carolina or moving, transversing from North Carolina to Pennsylvania, we're not going to shut the border and say you can't come through Virginia, right? So whatever's going to happen in Virginia, that's going to happen, and we got to deal with it. Yeah, I mean, to your point, they're the early adopters. They're the ones that are pushing the envelope, and they'll continue to, because that's what business does, and it's all business there. And that's what's sort of taking us down the road that we're going down and trying to get ready for this stuff. So my point is, it's just not, if you just read the transportation, literature, and just look and see what's out there, the commissioner knows this better than I do. All that's happening. What we're doing up at Virginia Tech, all this is happening. And it's going to continue to happen. And we just got to make sure we plan for it properly. But to this point, we need to keep remembering this. And this isn't about electric vehicles to me. That'll, in this current administration, federally, while that's not in the subsidies aren't in favor, ultimately, more people will adopt it as it makes more sense to financially in a micro way. And they'll do that, right? And the market will work to whatever level it is. There'll be new technologies that'll come out too. Some people are banking on hydrogen, so I'm not scientifically smart enough to tell you what that I really know or have a real vision on that. But it's certainly going to be different. And no matter how you power a vehicle, if it's controlled by somebody other than the person who sort of has summoned it, I wouldn't call you owning it, because you might not even own it, but has summoned it, not by a computer, not a person, that's where the real benefit will come. And that's coming. Again, I just don't know how long it's going to take. But in the interim, to Dr. Smoot's point, we can't stop dealing with what we have to deal with today, right? Because that's not tomorrow. It's not the next day. It's not 10 years from now. It's further out than that. But we better get ready for it. And, if you were 10 years out from that and you were doubling down on your investment in infrastructure of that type, just getting bigger and bigger and bigger to handle more and more and more, you might want to think about that a little differently, right? You might want to start to hedge and say, listen, it's sort of like the analogy is you bought a house and you had some children and you built a couple bedrooms on, and then all the children left and you kept building bedrooms on. Well, you're not going to need those anymore, right? So that's what's going to happen eventually. We're not going to need the same capacity because things are going to work so much better. And think about all the time and effort we spend on, and we don't do it very well, by the way, on driver behavior, right? Whether it's drunken driving, distracted driving, whether it's teaching people what the rules are, which we don't do very well, all this stuff is going to change. I'll tell you something, and I'm going to be quiet and move on because we could do this all day. But the DMV is going to shortly introduce something that is pretty darn neat. And, all of us who went to get our driver's license originally had to pass in the car test, right? And typically you make an appointment, you go to the DMV, and somebody gets in your car, and you drive around a neighborhood or something, and they grade you. They take out their piece of paper, and they tell you where to go, and they grade you, right? All going to go away. You give them a phone, you give them an iPhone. They take it, they get in their car, they put it on their dash, and it tells you where to go, and it tells you what to do. It looks at your eyes, it looks at your body movements, it looks all around you with a camera, and it tells you with certainty exactly what you did and exactly how you did it and how it relates to how you should do it. I've done it. It's pretty darn neat. And then you take the phone back and you hand it to somebody and they say, have a nice day, we'll send you a report in 20 minutes. Boom, it's done. No human interaction, no bias, no somebody who's feeling bad that day and didn't like you, no COVID in the car. All that goes away. It all goes away. And there it is right there. So that's just a small thing. But all these things are coming and they're all gonna mount up, and technology is pushing out the need to have people involved in that piece of it. Now, somebody's gotta develop the technology, and somebody's gotta control the technology and work the technology and all that, so it's shifting the needs, but it's pretty phenomenal stuff. And that's here today, right? We'll be seeing that pretty soon from the DMV.
Can I just push this button one bit
Yes,
further?
ma'am.
How does rail interact with this? I mean, you look at a railroad and you see many places, a single track, and you look back to the history of our country and how important rail was to the development, and then rail lines went away and they became rails to trails, and now we have more interest in railroads, and there's still like single tracks in a lot of places. How does rail play into this thinking?
You know, rail's probably more like what Ray was talking about, in a way, Dr. Smoot was talking about. It's great, efficient, old line technology. If you're going from where you start to where you end, it's great, right? It's perfect. But it's hard to build new rail, right? And, you know, I don't know how rail gets more efficient other than not having people in the locomotives. I mean, people are worried about that from a jobs perspective, and I can understand that. But ultimately, I mean, we're at WMATA, right? We're trying to return to driverless, you know, vehicles at WMATA, subways. And they're all over the world, right? So why do you think a train on a track is a lot different than a subway on a track? I don't know. I'm not an expert. I mean, it's very different. But I think the opportunities are different there than they are in truck and car traffic. Because they're sort of are where they are. They're very expensive to build. They go where they want to go. And if you're going to be on that line, which is what we're talking about today, we're trying to make that better so that we can get more rail down that, more product down that. That's where it's going to go, but we're not going to be able to like do that, right? It doesn't work like that so well. So I'm not so sure. I don't think rail will go away. It's really an efficient way to move stuff from one place to the other. And certainly Virginia is with its port and its two major railroads is pretty entrenched in the rail business. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know, but I'd love to hear from people who know more than I do about it. Ms. Sellers?
Kind of hinted at it, but technology not only advances these things, but it makes it cheaper, more accessible. And I think we will start to see some of these things happen faster. And when you look at technology, and as Jatinder was saying, I was at Carnegie Mellon University 20 years ago, and they were already doing these things. So the technology's there. It's going to improve it once they have their, they're working on making the quantum computing faster, bigger, stronger, whatever.
And as I look around this room, I don't see a lot of Gen Xers or Gen Zers or whatever the right terminologies are. But I live in a building that's full of them, right? A bunch of medical students mostly. And, yeah, and even my own children and that I talk to. And like my daughter, who I'm blessed that lives next door with one of her grandchildren, she orders her groceries all the time to be, from Walmart or wherever she orders them for. And it's simple. She's sort of got a program and whatever, and they bring it to your house, right? So you think, my wife loves to go to the grocery store. She's not doing that. But you think about if you know what you want, right? You know what you want, and you can just go online and check a couple boxes and it's there. Oh my, how does that change how we go places and do things, right? To Jatinder's point, he says he hadn't bought any clothes off the rack in a long, or, at least in person off the rack in a long time. It doesn't work like that for me, Jatinder. I got to go in, to understand. But just think how much that changes. And I order a lot of stuff online. I've told the story before. I'm being quiet about Alexa. when I first figured out, when I first sort of became aware of Amazon Prime. And I didn't understand it. My daughter was telling me, I said, well, how long? I was trying to get a gift for somebody, and I was behind the curve. And I said, well, when can I get it? And it was like 10 o'clock in the morning. She said, about 2 o'clock. I said, what do you mean 2 o'clock when? She said, 2 o'clock today. I said, how does that work? She said, Amazon Prime, Dad. That was some years ago, but I ordered the thing at 10 in the morning. It was there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Like, that's changing the world, right? And it's just going to get more of that. So it's not only the technology of that piece, but when they can bring it to you, we're working with the air people now with drones and drone delivery. That blows my mind, right? There's going to be a lot of that, right? And you don't need the road anymore. You don't need the driver anymore. You don't need that. And all of a sudden, all those things come to you. You don't have to go get them. It's phenomenal. Mr. Minshew.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate all these Rumsfeldian analysis points that will need to go into this report that we have to deliver to the General Assembly and the governor sometime in December 2025. I'm just curious, Mr. Secretary, what process will this board be working on to have that deliverable ready to be tendered up?
We've been in the process, sir, for a fair long time before you got here. Mr. Lawson, you want to speak to any of that? Or reiterate? We've got a couple months left of a couple columns, and that's the process we're in.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Minshew. Yeah, we started this long journey across the 4 pillars back in I think, April of '23, and been working our way through. Knowing that this topic is a little less finite than the goals and objectives and things that we've done before, the purpose of today is to reintroduce you to what the last ones that were done in '21, to give you that overview, that refresher. I think many of what you're seeing is still valid today. So I'm not seeing a holistic change needed, but we will come back to you in the October meeting to talk through these, to see what change. We'll bring recommendations from internal, the Secretary, Commissioner, Director, and us will kind of review through all of this ourselves, bring to you any recommendations we have, and then obviously be glad to take your recommendations, and then we'll be able to come back for, hopefully, for an adoption in December.
Thank you, Mr.
Remember,
Secretary.
this is not like the be-all and end-all, right? This is a big picture, broad view of sort of what we see and what should guide us going forward. And it's not, this will never be perfect. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is a big, broad brush. Okay, we got a 20-year horizon here. What do we need to be concerned about? What should be guiding us? What do we see coming? How do we deal with that? So to Deputy Lawson's point, we've been doing this for a while now, sort of along the way when we were doing changes in smart scale.
Thank you.
So it's you're going to be, unfortunately, handicapped by your time at the table, because a lot of this has preceded you, so we'll bring you along.
Good.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Ramchandani.
Mr. Secretary, we've got, I'm thinking like another dozen slides going through a lot of the details here. If you like, we can kind of hit the highlights as we go, and glad to take questions. Again, what we're presenting today is just a review of the existing items.
Please.
So, speaking of changes, the slide shows the impacts that we calculated back in 2021. And I will go over that in a bit more detail in a minute. But before I say that, I think someone else said that if you must forecast, be the forecast frequently so that you are the first one to prove yourself wrong. So our intent is to come back to you in October and tell you.
It's going to rain this afternoon.
Okay.
Our intent is to come back to you in October to show how things have changed. And so the impacts that you see on this slide that were calculated in 2021 are projected to be, some are mostly, most of them are pretty similar, but a couple of them are, there is a big change. So what you see on this slide, on the right, the numbers, there are 5 major categories. So vehicle miles traveled, shared mobility, safety, tailpipe emissions, and number of roadway miles at risk. And these impacts are over and above business as usual. So let's assume that the 10 things that we discussed or we looked at in the previous slide didn't exist and will have 0 impact on transportation. Take that world and put this on top of it. So vehicle miles travel, at the time, we had a range from low to high. Over and above population, vehicle miles increase due to population and other factors. The macro trends will drive anywhere from 4 to 17% increase in VMTs. So if there is a congestion spot, that may get more congested, and it was primarily being driven by the projections that existed for automated vehicles. And just, I can tell you, is just based on what we have seen more recently, the projections and forecasts have gotten much more realistic or have become lower. And so the impacts are projected to be lower. Shared mobility index, which is the miles that can switch from single occupancy to shared mobility in urban areas. Safety index, so the secretary mentioned the benefits of automated vehicles, and those benefits are captured in the third set of numbers that you see from the top. So minus 26 basically means a reduction of reduction of 26% to anywhere at the high end, 67%. So if you don't do anything, no roadway improvement, the projections were that substantial improvement in roadway safety due to factors that are outside of our control, improvement in vehicle technology, improvement in associated infrastructure, changes in vehicle miles, and things of that sort. Tailpipe emissions, at the time, as you can see, the high impact scenario indicated a pretty aggressive 69% decrease in tailpipe emissions. Again, you will see a different number in next month, but the projection was anywhere from 3 to 69%, and it was primarily due to the policy uncertainty that existed at the time. And the numbers of number of roadway miles at risk from flooding, you see those for sea level rise, storm surge, and inland riverine flooding. They are in directional roadway miles.
Mr. Ramchandani, these will be reflective of what we expect 20-plus years from now,
Yes, sir.
correct? Not next year, not 5 years, not 10 years, but 20-plus years from today. And can you speak to, it's hard to know exactly what will happen or what's going to happen politically over the next 3 or 4 administrations, right? And 3 or 4 administrations gets us to 20 years almost. And so obviously during the last couple of administrations, or last number of administrations, there's been a big push to subsidize technologies from the federal level, and some of that's changed radically, right, under the current administration. So that's going to have an impact during that time. And who comes next and what Congress is there,
Right.
I think that gets harder to predict. So if you just were talking technology and economics without intervention, it might be a lot easier to predict what that is, right? It's the intervention piece that's hard to predict. And so you mentioned most of this was sort of based on previous policy. So how do you bake that in? How do you you talk about speculative, what do the next 4 administrations look like? What do the next 4, what do the next 16 or 20 years of Congress look like? You know, that's pretty speculative too. So how do you bake that? How do you factor that piece in? Because we know the technology in and of its will by itself, in a free market, it will do what it will do. We can predict that with some level of certainty, right? And we can predict the economics of that and how people will adopt that. But it really gets hard to predict the other piece. So how do you bake that in?
You are absolutely correct, sir. I think that is one of the reasons I will say that we do this frequently.
Yeah.
Because
And Dr. Smoot, that's the real
The-
speculative piece. That's the real speculative piece.
because I will, having said that, I will say that some of these things, and that's why we provided the terms for megatrends or definitions for megatrends and macrotrends, is that policy can certainly incentivize certain technologies, adoption of certain technologies. So when I started the presentation, I said known unknowns. So we know this is coming. What is unknown is when it is coming and how big of an impact that is, right? So one way I look at it is that the policy piece is impacting, is influencing the unknown part, which is when it will come and how impactful it might be. Unless someone completely bans automated vehicles on the road, which I don't see happening, at least from what I can tell, we know these 10 things are occurring. The uncertainty is the policy uncertainty is not captured. There are pieces where the 69% tailpipe emission index that you see, it was captured, but there is a reason you see minus 3% on the low end, because we had huge uncertainty around those things. And you will see one at least major change between now, or what we did 4 years ago and now, and it is simply because we have a better understanding. So that is the part that we don't know, and I think, to me, the way I look at it is that what we have talked about so far is sort of the technical piece. The policy piece for the board is when you look at these numbers, what are the things, policy priorities that the board has for the next 4 years, next 2 years, that the staff can work on and help you or help the transportation system be better prepared for. And so we talked about the impacts on this side, and the policy piece is the risk and opportunity register, which is that the board, one can look at vehicle mile travels and say, oh, we will have more growth or things of that sort, and someone else can have a different view as well. So the policy point is how the board sees these numbers and how the board wants to interpret these numbers. And that's what is covered in the policy item. I know I segue off of your question, Secretary. Did I answer your question at least somewhat satisfactorily about policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes, or Mr. Lawson.
I'm curious, we're looking at what we believe or expect to see in 20 years, but this is 21. What have we seen in 4 years? And what adjustments have you made to this as a result of what you published in 21?
So our intent was to share that with you at the next month's meeting and provide an overview of what it was. I don't have all the results in front of me right now, but we intend on bringing that to you next month.
Can you give us a teaser or something? I'm just curious, like vehicle miles traveled, is it what you all expected, higher, lower?
Well, the COVID thing hit it, right? So
No, I get that.
bad data. Senator, you can, I'm going to tell them what I think, but you can tell them what you know.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, we see a positive increase. What has changed is the rosier projections for level 5 automated vehicles have become much more sort of realistic. So the projected vehicle mile increase, at least from the rough numbers that we have, is smaller than what we are showing here. but it is still an increase.
You know, safety has been a struggle for us, right? We bent it a little bit and then it came back and, as, of course, it depends on how you measure it. And then we're doing all these things, you know, there was a great article, something I read yesterday about bicycle safety. And it was, in many ways, it was spot on, you know? We get really aggressive. We put all these bike lanes in places and you either paint a line on the street or you put up a plastic, you know, post-mounted tubular delineator, and you call it a day, you know, and they say, okay, we got a bike lane. Well, guess what? You know, I mean, it's a little bit of a false sense of security in some respects. And, oh, by the way, you know, I'm just going to drone on like I do. We don't tell people what the rules are, right? Too many bicyclists don't follow the rules. Too many people in the cars don't know what the rules are or don't follow the rules. And so what do you think is going to happen? Exactly what happens. We're going to have more problems, right? I mean, I've done this deal before where I got, you know, a one-lane road, a one-way road, crossing a one-way road, and can I make a left turn on red or not? Well, I got a bike lane next to me, and oh, by the way, the bike lane's two ways. So what's the rule? Nobody knows what the rule is. You could interview, you know, 100 law enforcement officers and everybody on the CTB and everybody at DMV, and I bet you'd get a bunch of different answers. Because we don't teach people that, right? As things iterate, we don't teach them. So all that is making it worse, right? That's just making it worse because we're ahead of ourselves. And so we have not figured out the safety problem. There are too many people that still don't wear the seatbelts, and they speed, and they're distracted. Here we are, you know. Too tender. So safety hasn't gotten a lot better. Some, it depends, and it's been variable. Tailpipe emissions will continue, I think, just because of technology, if nothing else, even without intervention. That'll continue. Electric cars obviously are, listen, electric cars are great. They're cool. There's just some of us that don't believe that it should be that level of subsidy that's been in it. Nobody's against electric vehicles, right, that I know of. And oh, by the way, they're pretty neat, you know, and if you want to have one, get one. I've got an electric bike. I think it's great. You know, when I'm going up a hill, I give it a little juice. You know, it's kind of good. So, I mean, I'm all about it. So I think you'll continue to see that. And ultimately, that safety index will plummet when we get to the Holy Grail, when we're fully automated. Just think about that. It's going to go to almost nothing, right? Because we won't have the human factor involved anymore. Shared mobility, same thing. That'll go up in a sense. You know, I mean, I used to joke about if you could find a way to short the downtown parking market, the parking garage market, right? Do you think people are really going to drive downtown and park their car for $150 for a day downtown somewhere, or I mean a month downtown somewhere? And I've told you that you know how I've told you how Amsterdam does it. You know, it's $8 an hour, 24 hours a day. Park your car in the street. That's what it costs, right? So guess what you do? You don't do that, right? They made you do it, right? So they forced you into it. But ultimately, those things will happen as it becomes easier to do it. People will use it. And does it get to that number in 20 years? I don't know that it gets to that number. I'm not smart like he is on forecasting, but it's trending in that. That's the trend that we will see. I can tell you that's the trend that we will see. I can tell you that with confidence. I think it's that sort of common sense. All right, Mr. Ramchandani.
So, Mr. Secretary, this was actually, just as Mr. Lawson said, there are a few slides. So there were 19 risks and opportunities associated with the 10 trends that the board identified in 2021. And instead of going word by word, because you may not even be able to read it very well on the screen here, we will let you take a look at this, and between now and maybe the end of the month, if you have thoughts, suggestions, as the staff is working with the leadership, you know, please share those with us. But just to help you orient on the slide, for example, macro trend is shown on the leftmost column. The wave is the flooding risk. A bright sun-looking icon is an opportunity, and a caution sign is the risk. And so there is 19 of those in total. And again, I will skip over some of these slides. And then there was a piece about the monitoring them periodically, each trend periodically, which so that they can be revised. And then the fourth, Mr. Lawson started the presentation saying that we are focusing on two pillars. We talked about the third pillar, which was the long-term. We looked at the impacts and the long-term risk and opportunity registers, or the policy interpretation of the numbers. The fourth and the final pillar is, once we know all these things are happening, the board has established vision, goals, and objectives. The board has looked at the transportation needs, long-term risks and opportunity. What do we do about these? How can we make Virginia better prepared for it? So that's where the strategic actions come in. And the board identified in 2021, 16 strategic actions. And again, that might be just too many for us to go over with the limited amount of time that we have. And it directed each agency within the Transportation Secretary. It identified a lead, and I directed them to start working on it. That is included in the handout that you have that was pulled at the top of this presentation. And so our request would be, if you have any suggestions, modifications, as we work with the leadership and the Secretary on modifying some of the risk and opportunities that we see, along with the strategic actions. Our request would be to please share those over the next 2 weeks so that we can be prepared for the October presentation at the CDB next month. In terms of our schedule, we plan on bringing the updated risk and opportunity register next month, along with any proposed changes to the strategic actions that were adopted in 2021. We might think that, oh yeah, we have taken care of it, we can remove it. We still need to work on it, we need to have it on the books, or we might just think that it's no longer relevant and it can be removed. And then that would be the sort of the end of this planning process. And at the December meeting, we would be coming to you if any changes require action with those requested, with a request for action. So that was the timeline between now and December. And Mr. Secretary, I know I went through the second half of the presentation rather quickly, but I'm available here or in any other form to answer questions.
You know, an interesting, any questions on that? An interesting thought on your page 9, Jatender, when we talk about vehicle miles traveled, and then previously on page 4, I guess, or page 6 it was, 7 it was. And we see vehicle miles traveled going up, you know, as the concept. Which is really interesting because, you know, I sort of struggle with what I really think is going to happen there. You know, obviously, with home delivery and all the e-commerce and all that stuff, and flexibility, and that'll ebb and flow at the workplace. You know, what'll that look like 10 years from now? I'm not exactly sure. Probably stabilize out. But if it's easier to get in a car than it is today, because you don't have to drive, right? You just get in and go. All those factors coming together, do the miles go up or do the miles go down, right? I'm not sure I have a view of that, right? Do they really go up 17%, or do they stay flat, or do they go down? Because certainly the e-commerce is going to push it down, and certainly the work thing could push it down, but the ease of getting in a car and not having to drive might push it up. Although if it's a variable cost and you could get it done some other way, you know, that might push it back down. So I don't know where it ends up. It'll be interesting to sort of watch it, but Ms. Ellers.
I think you're forgetting a key group of people who use the roads, and that's parents who cart kids around, and that's not changing. I know my child, my
Soccer
niece
game
and
doesn't come to
nephew,
you, does it?
doesn't come to you, and they play year-round now.
Yep.
And you talk to, you know, not to stereotype, but typically moms, and they're still getting in the car and driving quite a bit to go to this sporting event and that sporting event, you know, and it's all, and again, it's,
Well, defend my part of the spectrum there, Ms. Sellers. We had 4 children, and there's no way to go to 4 places at the same time, so I was very involved. It wasn't mom, wasn't just mom. We'll see what it is, right? There'll be influences that'll be positive and negative in terms of pushing it up or pushing it down, and we'll see where it ends up. But what will happen is the throughput, no matter what, is going to change radically, right? That's going to change radically. And so even if you have some more traffic, when you have that radical change in throughput, it's going to affect your capacity need. And it's going to radically impact the safety thing. Those 2 things I would bet my life on. Now, whether miles go up or miles go down, I'm not sure. And whether emissions go up and how far, or go down and how far is what I should have said, I'm not sure. But the safety will get much better, and the throughput will get much better because it won't have the human factor so much anymore. That will happen. All right? Any other questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Dunlop.
Yeah, sorry to ask this, but could you walk me through the thumbs up and thumbs down here? Vehicle miles traveled, you know, you got a thumbs down, and I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I mean, we want people to be able to move around as much as they can. Then you've got,
Talking about, page 7.
you know, thumbs up for tailpipe emissions. Well, we know tailpipe emissions go down when you have economic growth because people get new cars. So, I mean, can talk to me a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Dunlop, so these were in relationship, in relation to the goals and objectives that were established at this time. This is going to change because the board has adopted a new set of goals and objectives. Did I answer your question? So,
Well, let's do this. So Ms. Dunlop, on vehicle miles traveled, if it increases 17%, right, then what's the impact to us? Senator?
Mr. Secretary, we, at the time, we tried to see the impacts on congestion. And there was research that shows that congestion can reduce because the vehicle spacing, the vehicle operations might be much more improved due to connected vehicles. But there wasn't enough for us to develop estimates or do anything of that nature. So we left it at
Is it fair to say that if vehicle miles traveled are up 17%, so we have more traffic on the road and everything else is the same, that's a challenge and that's sort of a negative situation we have to deal with?
So we're saying
that
that's
fair?
a challenge.
Is that fair? And if shared mobility goes up, then that means there are less cars on the road. And that's a good thing in terms of us building more roads and having more challenge. That's the only thing that changes. If the safety improves by 67%, that's good on any day, right? Any percent is good. And the emissions tailpipes, if that goes down 69%, that's good. So I think that's what he's saying there. Now, the things that are going to impact us negatively, again, is sea level rise will continue. If it continues, will continue to have a negative impact. Storm surge, if it continues at the projected rate, it will have a negative impact. And then the inland flooding, and, that'll continue to have an impact. So I think that's what we're saying there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anybody else? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ramchandani. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're in recess. I'm calling us back into order. Thank you very much. We are on item 5 on our agenda, the Virginia Administrative Code Update, Coleman Bridge Toll Cessation. Mr. David Caudell. Thanks for being here, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
What a great item to talk about this morning.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, board members. I'm going to take the lead a little bit from Mr. Todd. I haven't been up here probably 7 years, so I'm a new face to probably everybody here. I'm Division Administrator for VDOT's tolling operation. We're responsible for the Easy Pass Virginia back office. I'm also responsible for 3 now VDOT toll facilities and the toll relief program down in Hampton Roads, and kind of a lightning rod for any tolling issues that come up in the Commonwealth. I get struck regularly. Today's discussion's about amendment to the tolling regulations. As a bit of history, the budget language, item 441D1, chapter 725 of the 25 Acts of the Assembly require that no later than January 1st of 26, all rates, fees, and tolls and other charges shall cease to be collected on the George P. Coleman Bridge. So after all of our planning, we had some heads up on this. After all of our planning, we were able to conclude tolling at the Coleman Bridge on August 8th. We had, I just want to put a plug in, the districts were instrumental in helping us with the MOT. We did all of our planning for our staff and made sure they got placed. And we coordinated with our contractors to make sure they had a soft landing on this.
Folks, I think it's important what he just said, and you probably heard it. And we were focused, the commissioner was particularly focused on making sure that we took care of our folks, both our internal folks and our contractor folks. So whenever you shut something down, it has an impact, right? And we wanted to make sure that impact was mitigated. And so that's what we were very, very focused on, making sure nobody was losing out and that our contractor had ample time to react and to deal with us. And so those are all small things, but they're really important things. So I just want to highlight those and thank the commissioner and the rest of the team for staying focused on doing that.
So the applicable regulation here we're talking about is Title 24 of the Administrative Code. The agency code is 30, that's VDOT, and the chapter is 620. Talks about the rules, regulations, and rates concerning tolls and bridge facilities for those owned by VDOT, excluding the P3. The board has this power based on the laws of the Commonwealth noted below. And so the particular language that needs to be amended in the regulation is 30B, and you'll see to the right, that's where our toll schedule is. And since we're no longer tolling, we need to amend the regulation and take this toll table out. Because it's a rate-based regulation, we'll be able to skip a few steps based on the Administrative Process Act and go right to final form. And so, as mentioned, we have an exempt act because of the exemption because of the APA support. So we don't have to go through the notice of intent to change the regulation. We don't have to do a proposed or a final. We can go right to the final changes. It does have to go through the OAG and the governor's office, and after approval from the governor, the action is filed with the Virginia Register of the Regulations. It undergoes a 30-day public comment period. And that's on the town hall where all those regulations are changed or the public notice is provided. So the next steps is that we, if approved by the CTB, and I'll be back in October with a resolution to recommend that we accept these amendments. If you accept that, it'll go through the town hall, and it'll also go through the executive branch where the governor will get his approval, and then the amendment becomes effective after the close of the public comment period. By your desk, you should have a copy of the town hall format of what's going to be proposed. And there's also text showing the amended language in that chapter. I think that's it. Mr. Secretary, ready for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Caudle. Comments or questions? Mr. Stant?
The tolls, probably for the commissioner, but the tolls are coming off that bridge, and I assume those tolls go to a large part for maintenance of that facility, and I suspect that that facility will now be the responsibility, maintenance of that facility be the responsibility of the Hampton Roads District. Is that correct?
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Stant, the tolls were there to pay off and retire the existing debt that the Commonwealth had on it. The department had already been paying the maintenance of the facility, so this will not have an impact on maintenance of that facility.
Anybody else? And as you know, this is something I wanted to see done because it was a very inefficient situation that didn't make a lot of sense. I appreciate the commissioner making this happen. As David indicated, it was to be done by the end of the year. We accelerated that to August 8th. So those tolls have been off since that time. And I was fortunate enough to be able to be the first person to drive across the bridge without any tolls. I really appreciate that. Sort of symbolic for me. I've been driving across that bridge my whole life, and it was nice to see it return and help those two communities specifically.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Ms. Dunlop.
Yes, just to be clear, these regulatory amendments apply only to the Coleman Bridge tolls. Is that
That's
correct? Yeah, very good. Thank you.
And they're perfunctory, if you will. I will also say it's been interesting. You know, all this is anecdotal, but there's still people that stop to pay the tolls because the toll booths are still there. It clearly says no toll, tolls have been removed, there's signage, everything, but there's still people that will slow down and stop. Maybe they're just looking to see a friendly face and say hello. But one of those bridges that still had people in some of the toll booths. And there's actually a tunnel underneath that you can get back and forth, and it's got stuff in it. And we've got some work to do there yet to get rid of all that, tear all that out, all that infrastructure out. That's going to take a little bit of time. The commissioner and I remain negotiating on how long that's going to take. There's sort of a joke that I got a friend named Bubba and his buddy that got to have excavators and a couple cases of beer and some wings, and we'll get that thing down in a day and a half. But of course, it doesn't always work quite like that, so we won't do it that way. But we're looking to get it done as soon as we can. Ms. Lawson.
Just curious, when was the debt retired? The tolls were set up to pay the debt?
The debt has not been retired. So what happened, we briefed this before, I think, there was about 12 million left, Steve, something like that, 15 million left. There was
Or to give you
there
the
was an amount of money
example
left,
number.
and we were going to have to invest another $5 or $6 million in new tolling infrastructure because the old one was going away. So not only did we have that to pay off, then we're going to have to pay off the new investment, and then we're going to throw it all away at the end. And so, Laura, do you remember the number?
As of the end of the fiscal year, it's just over $29 million. We
$29
expect
million.
the write-off to be somewhere between 25 to 28 million after costs are incurred.
So we owed this, so we had two sets of debt, right? We had debt owed to others, and they had been paid off for some time. Then we had debt that was owed to ourselves, to our toll facility revolving fund. Toll facility revolving fund is fairly robust. This wasn't going to have a particularly negative impact on anything else we were going to do with regards to that fund. So the concept of, one, having a toll that 50%, you've heard me talk before about tolls and my concern about some of them and the inefficiencies that are involved in that system. And I've always used, based on numbers given to me by Macquarie, the big infrastructure funder out of Australia, that the number was about 25%. I saw an article the other day that some people were speculating it was up to 30-some% of national transportation article. But the point is, at the Coleman Bridge, it was 50%, right? So 50% of the toll collected just was the cost of collection. Then we were going to have to put $5 million more to continue that, and it was just going to string us out for a lot more, many more years, and it just didn't make any sense, in my view. And so we were able to get that through, and now that's gone. As Ms. Farmer indicated, it'll cost the fund about $20-some million, $25, $29 million. But it was our view, based on the needs of that fund, that it didn't impact that in a negative way other than reducing the amount that was there.
I will add that there were revenue bonds associated with the bridge. That was paid off in
They were paid
2021.
off, yeah.
Right.
Two types of debt. One was to outsiders and one was to us. So the other one was done. And basically, this was all supposed to have gone away before now, but it was forecasted that we would raise the tolls along the way. And at some point, that stopped. And so, of course, with less revenue, with the same expense, it just takes longer to pay it off. So the belief in the beginning was that this would already been done by now, because we never raised the tolls or didn't raise them sufficiently. Then we just had to be paying them for many more years to come. So that's where we were faced with in the General Assembly, and the governor agreed to eliminate that. And so now that bridge is without cost to traverse. And I will tell you this, this is a little bit like the Elizabeth River crossing situation, and in some ways even more profound, although the toll's not as high, so the impact isn't as big. And it's only one way, so the toll was collected one way, not the other way. But if you drove from Gloucester Point to Yorktown and you didn't use that bridge didn't exist, it's like an hour and 15 minutes, right, or an hour to go all the way around. So the people that lived there, they only had one reasonable way to get across the river, and that was to pay a toll. There was no free alternative that was reasonable. And those are the kinds of tolls that I particularly dislike, because they're not, the commissioner over 8 years has done a great job of re-educating the secretary, former board member, then secretary, of the goodness that can come from tolling and P3s when it's an option. When it's an option. When you have a free option and you give somebody another option, to me, it's sort of like first class on an airplane, right? It's an option. You can buy to pay for it, you can pay more or not, but you can go for a lesser price in the back, and that you don't have to buy your way up. And so I love it because it's an option, and it allows more of this to happen and give us more options. And people get to decide. Either you get to use what is already there, or we'll give them a different option that may cost them some incremental dollars, and they get to decide. So I've sort of become a fan of that, even though it's still inefficient in a way, but at least it's optional inefficiency, not required inefficiency. And so, and it gets things done that we're otherwise not able to get done in the system that we operate in. So, but this is not one of those. And so I'm pleased to see it go away, and return that road to users to be able to use, just like they use the rest of the roads, most of the rest of the roads in the Commonwealth, without having to pay an incremental amount to do so. Ms. Sellers.
The people that live there are very excited, particularly in the Gloucester Middle Peninsula area. They are excited to see the toll go, almost as excited as seeing the Norris Bridge get rebuilt. But so they're very excited about this.
It was a good month, Ms. Sellers. We had a really good month. I remember when, I've told you this before, but I remember when there was no Hampton, when, I don't remember that. I remember when the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel was just built, and know that right before that, that to get to the peninsula from Hampton Roads, you had to take a ferry. Think about that. Now we got 8 lanes and tunnels. The biggest, the world record tunnels that we're boring. 8 lanes, and before it was a ferry boat you got on. And they had 2 different 2 different newspapers. And it was a long distance phone call. And from one side of the water to the other. And think about the impact on people and commerce. You couldn't get there, right? And it cost money if you could. And you didn't know each other's news. And so it really divided us, terribly divided us, and certainly economically divided us. This bridge has that same impact in a lesser degree, but has the same impact. And now it'll allow folks to grow a little bit. And, it'll be incumbent on the Gloucester counties of the world to control their growth, right? Now, this wasn't, if you think about this toll, I think with Easy Pass, if you commuted, it was 40 cents each way. Is that what it was?
It's 85 cents in the northbound direction, but if you want to make a
Yeah,
spread it
so
over 2
85
trips,
cents
so-
divide by 2 if you're
Right.
going back and forth. So it's functionally 40 cents to go across it if you're going both ways. So that's not, it's $2 a week, right? It's not horrible, but I'm telling you, it's an impediment, and you've heard it from people, right? And so it does make a difference, and it will be incumbent on York and Gloucester and others to sort of make sure that they manage this properly. Anyone else? Yes,
And
Ms.
from an
Hodge.
economic development standpoint, if you just look at, like the tax rate, which is what local governments like to look at in Gloucester, is significantly different than Hampton Roads. And you would expect it, I would expect it to be more similar to Northern Virginia's impact on Stafford and Spotsylvania counties. And the only difference is there's that toll bridge going in and out. So we may start to see some growth in Gloucester, and some investment in the area, which would be really good, not only for Gloucester, but for the entire region over there, so.
Without question. And Gloucester, in the 80s, was one of the fastest growing counties in the state. Slowed down a bit, but. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Call. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Dunlop.
Mr. Secretary, I wonder if, based on a comment you made, we could ask that the commissioner at some point give us a briefing on the benefits of tolls at appropriate places. I'm a big toll fan.
I thought I just gave that presentation.
No, you did, but I would be interested in more of the detail for other parts of the state.
We will take that under advisement, Ms. Dunlop. See what we can do. We'll have an offline discussion, see what we can do to get that. All right, anybody else? All right, thanks, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Next item on the agenda is I-81 2025 Corridor Improvement Plan. Now, here we go, Rob. Welcome, sir. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today.
I am, sir. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, my name is Rob Williams. I'm with the Planning Division here at VDOT, and I'm here today to give you all an update about the work that we've been doing on the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan. So just want to take a quick second to actually take a step back and provide a refresher, or in some cases maybe even an introduction into some of the laws and policies that are set up that have been sort of guiding our work since we started this process in January, and even the last time around back in 2018 and 2019. So the first one that I'll bring your attention to, Title 33.2, Section 3601, actually set up the I-81 Program Improvement Fund, right? So that's what we use. That houses all the revenues and other sources of funds that we use to actually fund the work that we're doing, that we're seeing now going on at the 81 corridor. The next section, 3604, actually established the I-81 Corridor Improvement Plan. And so that really guides the work that we're doing as far as developing the plan for the corridor, or the update, what we're working on now. And so that sort of tells us that we need to look at specific areas. In this case, we need to look at safety, congestion, and incident-related delay. We need to identify not only capital improvements, but we have to look at operational strategies and also look at updates to parallel facilities, especially in cases where we see incident delay on the corridor, on the 81 corridor, in those areas. And then we're directed to prioritize the solutions that we developed consistent with how we handle projects in the smart scale process. So once we set up the 81 corridor improvement plan back in 2018, we actually did a similar effort on 95 and 64. And with those three plans in place, the CTB then used that sort of as a structure to approve the IOEP policy. So that's what you see here before, and that really provides a lot of meat on the bones of the process that we go through. So it tells us that we need to look at, for one, the top 25% worst performing locations along the corridor according to those 4 performance measures. So we're looking at person hours of delay or total delay. We're looking at delay related to incidents. That's anytime a lane is closed, 1 lane or more for 1 hour or more on the corridor. That's incident delay. And then we're looking at crash in terms of severity as well as frequency. Once we've determined those performance measured areas and we've developed solutions for those issues, we are then directed to use a smart scale-like prioritization process for prioritizing those projects. And we used a 40, 40, 20 weight that you see there, 40% going to congestion, 40% going to safety, and 20% going to accessibility, right? And that all ties back to the laws surrounding the IOP program.
Secretary?
Ms. Lawson?
Going back to that other slide, Mr. Williams, this predates me, but I think I was advised that 25%, top 25, if you will, was somewhat of a fluid thing. When it first came out, it was a 20%, and presumably the board at the time wanted to include some project that wasn't caught in that net, and so it went to 25. But I think you also track, 10, 5, and 2% top, if I can use that terminology, which means really bad. So really bad hours of delay, crash severity, et cetera. We have that information at the 2% level. And when we do that, we get to a lot fewer locations on 81, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So
2% is a lot less than 25, yes, sir.
I would say, to your point, your initial point, we did start with the 2018 corridor improvement plan for 81 was 20%. Then when we did the similar plan for 95 and 64, we did go to 25%, and that's ultimately what was adopted in the policy. Correct.
And I think we're looking at this again, and I guess we're going to vote on something in a month or so, but when we put that filter, if you will, we only knocked 81, the 320-some miles, down to 130-some with the 25. And if we do your 2%, we're going to get to a fewer number of miles and a more manageable thing, if you will, that we could prioritize.
Why more manageable?
Yeah.
Why is it more manageable?
Well, because we'll be looking, instead of looking at 130 miles and saying, let's pick 4 projects in that area, to me, that's almost just like throwing darts on a board, because you're really not getting prioritization. But if you strain it down to 2 or 5 and get the really worst areas, you're going to shrink it down. I think I did the math. It's about 16 or 18 miles. And at least you're going to have your 4 projects or 5 projects, but we will know, or at least have a chance to know and recommend that those are the worst of the worst, and that we ought to get to those first. There may be other reasons not to, but at least we've highlighted, because we have the statistics as to which ones are the worst.
If you got the top 25, you got the 2, you got the 3, you got the 4, you got the 5, you just divide a different number.
Well,
Here's how that works, though, Mr. Lawson. So just like in Smart Scale in our regular process, we go out and we look at the impact of the project. We don't use the same factors, but similar factors, right? And then we don't go pick those projects. We divide by the cost, and we get a cost-benefit ratio. So you could have the worst, we've done this, we talked about this. you in theory could have the most impactful project in the Commonwealth, by whatever measures were used, also be $1 gazillion, right? And if you lever that with somebody else's money, maybe it's $500 million. And when you apply the $1 gazillion fix to the worst problem, you find out your cost-benefit ratio doesn't work because the cost is just outsized relative to the benefit. So when you change this from looking at a top 25 group of cohort of projects, which we felt was deep enough to get a good cohort to compare against, and just go to the top 2, you've excluded 23% of the projects that may well score better than the top 2 because you arbitrarily just skinnied it down. If we did that in smart scale, we'd be a disaster, right? So it just doesn't, it's a cost-benefit relationship, and you need to have a large enough cohort that a project that might be, if you will, if there were 100 projects on the list, might be 23, could rise to the best scoring level because it gives you great benefits relative to the cost and your revenue's limited. So that's the reason we do it this way, and to skinny it down would be contrary to that concept. So I would not endorse that in any way.
What I'm suggesting is, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think what we're talking about here is just looking at the delay, the accidents, and so on. That's a filter.
Those are the factors.
The gazillion-dollar filter, as you described, is another one that is then also applied to that. So you're right.
100%.
You could be looking at a 2 or a 5. And by the way, running the numbers, if you look at a 5, you still got a mass of projects that we can't get to.
It's not the benefits that we're looking at. It's the benefits relative to the cost.
Understand.
And the top 25% has nothing to do with cost. The
Understand.
top 2% has nothing to do with cost. The top 10% the top 100% has nothing to do with cost. So what we tried to do is if you cherry pick by limiting what you look at to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6%, then you've eliminated 94% of the projects on the corridor that may all score better than those because you haven't applied the scoring yet. You haven't done the cost benefit. So we just like in HPP, we look at the biggest benefits, right? And the benefits are going to be determined by person hours delay, person hours of incident delay, crash severity, and crash frequency, how much it changes that. Those become the top 25%, irrespective of the cost. They're the worst places, so if you fix them, you get the biggest benefit. They're the worst places according to those criteria. So if you fix them, they become the biggest benefit. But now you apply the cost piece. That's not applied in the top 25%. It's after you get the top 25, then you apply the cost, and then you run the calculation of cost versus benefit, and then you have a ranking. And so if you limit that, the more you limit that, right, and to make the extreme, if I just picked the biggest one and it consumed all the money, you'd say, well, it brought the biggest benefit, but it didn't bring the benefit. It may well not have brought the biggest benefit relative to the cost. So that is the issue. So we wanted a big enough cohort that we think we got enough of those ones that had big benefits in there so they could compete against one another and find out where's the ROI. And the more you limit that, Mr. Lawson, the more you drop out projects that might have been at the top of the list or second or fourth or fifth, might have been funded, but you just arbitrarily didn't look at them. That's what happens. So we didn't need to do 100%, and you could do that, right? You could do that. But to your point, we didn't think it was necessary to go to 100, but 25 was a big enough sample size to get enough of the bad projects in there that then the cream, if you will, could rise to the top. And that's how it's done.
What I'm suggesting is, and perhaps extremes are always bad, 100% would be silly, we've got no filter. 2% may be too extreme. What I would suggest is and apparently this body did, played between 20 and 25%. Why they went from 20 to a a bigger filter, I don't know. But what we ought to look at is, because we've got the data, go to a finer strain and at least have that opportunity to look at it. I still think, and I have looked at it, I think you're going to have a lot of projects to choose from, and to your comment, apply the gazillion
Why would
dollar
you want to
test.
exclude one?
I'm sorry?
Why would you want to exclude a project that's going to score better than another project? Why would you want to do that?
Well, it sounds like we're following a discipline of applying a filter. If your argument is don't exclude any, then don't apply any filter.
Do that? You're
You
just.
could.
But statistically, Mr. Lawson, I think the point is, and I'm not a statistician, so we can get Jatender or some others up here, but we needed a big enough sample size to weed out those vagaries, right? And if you sample size down to 2%, you don't have enough. You're excluding 98% of the projects that theoretically might all score better than the top 2%. So because if we were just doing biggest benefit, you could just run it till the number ran out, whether it was 2%, 1%, 5%, it wouldn't matter. But it's not just biggest benefit. It's biggest benefit relative to the cost. And so for sake of work and not wasting time, but getting enough projects in, the 25%, and I don't remember when we, all the discussion around that and why it went from 20 to 25. But for the sake of the sample size, to get enough projects in and to feel pretty comfortable that you funded the right projects on a cost-benefit basis, to skinny it down just is contrary to that. So on the bottom side, to go to 100, that was just more work, right, that we felt was unnecessary. So there's a place, wherever that is, wherever that proper line is between doing unnecessary work and not excluding projects that would score is where we wanted to land, and the policy was set at 25.
Are we going to be voting on, and I mean, as I see it, we're not bound by a prior board's action. Are we going to be looking at this to possibly shrink it to 20% or 10%?
I see no need to do that, but the board can do what it wants to do.
Okay. I'd recommend that people look at these sheets, because there's quite a
Well, yeah,
a number
if you
of.
exclude projects that are going to score better, you're going to get a different result.
No. What I'm saying is, even when you narrow it down, you still have a tremendous variety of projects to
Of
choose
course.
from that we still can't. We're going to have to narrow from there.
Well, yeah, but why have a worse scoring project than a better scoring project? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I'm just talking about this filter, not how it would score
That's what-
otherwise.
That's what it creates. If you limit the sample and you don't look at 80% of the projects or 90% of the projects, or pick your number, if you don't look at them, they can't be considered. And they may be better than the ones you're considering. So we want to, our whole concept that we've been fighting for 13 years here, 15 years, is to have some sanity in terms of cost versus benefit. And this is what allows that to continue. The more you skinny this sample size down, you will have projects that would have scored better, but you arbitrarily put them out. You'll have more of that than less of that. If you follow if you skinny the sample down, that's what will happen.
I've not seen that. That would be interesting to see, that if you were to, and maybe that's why they went from 20 to 25, they lost a project, and that's why it's.
They don't have to, this is like smart scale. We can pick any projects we want, folks, right?
Okay.
So you don't have to manipulate the process. In smart scale, as you remember, we chose some projects that were not straight in line on the math, meaning they may have had a lower score than another project, and we funded the lower score project. We have the ability to do that as a board. And sometimes the system isn't perfect, and sometimes we say, which is why we tweak it and try to make it better, and sometimes we say that doesn't make sense to us. And we reserve that right under the law. The board has the right to make those selections. So yeah, once you go through the scoring process, this board can choose any project it wants. And we do have a steering committee that thinks that is important in this role, and they're going to recommend, so we've got them involved, and at the end of the day, we just have to sort through that. But what I want to do, what this administration wants to do, is to ensure that the money that we spend here and everywhere else is best spent. And best spent to us means the biggest return for the investment that the Commonwealth makes. And in the 81 case, it's 100% Commonwealth, because the localities aren't funding it directly. They fund it indirectly.
Mr.
Mr.
Secretary,
Laird.
I understand what Mr. Lawson is saying, and we are adding the smart scale concept to this 25%. What happens, and what I understand from Mr. Williams, is that some of these mileages, a 5-mile stretch here, are going to be lumped together and evaluated. It won't be, is it?
1-mile segments.
The performance measures are evaluated as 1-mile segments. The projects can include more than one of those 1-mile segments.
So we look at, so it's 325 miles long, right? So 1-mile segments each side are 650 segments. That's what we start with. So there's 650 places we look at the beginning. Then we take out all the ones that we've already doing or have already been done, and we say, remove those, we've already addressed those segments, or they're in process to be addressed. More importantly, they're in process. So we're not going to do them again, right? We're already doing them. So take those out. And Commissioner, what does that bring us to? You remember the number, or Rob?
It's about 130 for each performance measure, 130
About-
miles.
So we take that number down, we skinny it down based on what we're already done. Then we look at then you could put a project together of more than 1 mile, of course. And so then you say, okay, what benefit does that project have, right? What are the benefits, according to person hours of delay, those 4 benefits? Here's the score on those benefits. Here's how much it will fix. Okay, how much does it cost? Divide the benefit by the cost, you get a score, and the one that gives you the best score, in theory, is the one we should do first, and the second, and the third, and the fourth, and fifth. And what I said to Freddie's, to Mr. Stant's point was, we can monkey with that if we want to. We can change that. And what we're going to hear from our legislative group may be different than that score. I don't know. I can't predict exactly what they're going to tell us. At the end of the day, we're going to have to make a decision. But folks, we've been fighting for 15 years to get to where we are today, to have some sanity on projects' benefit versus their cost, and to use our precious Commonwealth tax dollars to get the biggest bang for the buck. And that's the system. It's a good system. It's not perfect. But to revert to something else is not where you want to go. I'm just telling you. That's not where we want to be. So we've got to rely on our system that's going to rank these projects and then do some tweaks. But if we shorten up that whole look, you're going to look at 10% of your opportunity versus 100% of your opportunity. You're going to make errors. You're going to make errors where you fund projects that would not have been funded, and you don't fund projects that should have been funded based on the cost benefit. So to Mr. Lawson's point, if you wanted to be absolutely certain, you'd go to 100%. Right? We don't think it's worth that. But when you start coming up the other way and you get to 10 or 5, you just artificially change your sample size, and you're not going to look at the whole opportunity there. It's just a matter of math. It's just straightforward. So, I mean, you can run all those numbers, but you've just excluded whatever percent of your opportunity there is to have good projects, and that's not what we want to do.
Mr. Secretary, my point is that you are.
It would be like smart scale throwing out the cost benefit. Just run the benefits and don't consider the cost, and then go pick your projects. Because the more you get up, the less you look at, the more you're getting to what I just said. You just look at the benefits.
And I understand that. I'm talking more of a process question, you were going to lump these 5-mile segments, 2-mile segments, 3-mile segments together, and that will be the smart scale project look. Is that correct? So if, what happens now is we are seeing projects, I think we'll experience one tomorrow, that is over budget, and they tried to scale it back. My thought is, are we going to have the opportunity?
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Pardon? Well, what, I'm getting to the projects that he's lumping together, and let's say it's a
When you
5-mile.
said scaling back, I'm not sure what you're
Well,
referencing.
let's assume that you have a 5-mile segment and the price is X. If you reduced it to a 4-mile segment, then the price might be more beneficial. But you're going to make the call, staff is going to make the call on whether it's a 4 or 5-mile segment. Will the board have the opportunity to say, wait a minute, can you look at it as a 4-mile segment, it might score better versus a 5-mile segment?
So the staff's job is to bring a engineering perspective to this discussion. And if I built a Hampton Roads Bridge tunnel and we scaled it back, so we didn't build the last trestle to get to Norfolk, it wouldn't work so well, right? And so they're trying to combine these segments into logical termini that fixes the issue. And for us to sit here and say, well, do it at 3 miles and it doesn't fix the issue and we got to go through the whole engineering analysis, they're in good faith bringing us what fixes that issue, right? Now, I don't think we want to get to the level where we go in and do exactly what you're saying, which is, well, what if we monkeyed with this intersection, and what if we only had 3 lanes here and made it 2 lanes there? Folks, we're way over our pay grade there. We're way beyond our pay grade. We've got to rely on our technical engineering people to say, okay, here's the problem. Now, we can push and pull, right? But I'm not an engineer. The commissioner knows I'm not an engineer. We can push and pull on that, and we should. But at the end of the day, we got to have a little bit of faith that the people that are designing the solution understand understand what they need to understand, and that we necessarily don't, right? So I can't design the solution. I can push and pull on it, but I can't design it. And if they tell me it needs 4 miles to do it, I can push and pull a little bit. But if we get at that level of detail on this board, we're not where we need. It's not where we need to be. We're a policy board that's trying to make sure the system works right.
Secretary, just one quick follow-up.
Yes, sir.
I believe, is it next month, we're actually going to be recommending or see what is being recommended as projects? I see it. I'm sorry.
Seeing.
We will see?
Seeing. We're not voting on anything.
Okay.
We will see that, yes, sir.
So we'll get to apply the
So
the
will
various
the 81, and
filters.
so will the 81 committee.
Well, they're not going to see it till November,
But
correct?
they will see it before we vote on it.
Is the idea that we're going to give them a recommendation for that November
We
meeting?
finish the presentation, I think we'll see that, won't we, Rob?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Dr. Smoot.
Well, my recollection, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the code puts our position here at CTB as that of responding to the recommendation of the 81 Advisory Committee. We don't create the projects. The 81 Advisory Committee determines what projects it's recommending to us. to move forward.
Dr. Smoot, let me be really clear. The legislature is really important here, right? But they're a recommending body. We don't just take their recommendation. We have our own recommendation. We have our own staff recommendations. We show them to the public. We show them to the advisory committee, which is what you're talking about, and they tell us what they think about them, right? And they tell us whether they like them, whether they don't like them, what they would like instead. That's what they tell us. And it's a different process, but there's the public piece. We go through 2 or 3 of those, and then there's the advisory committee piece. But the advisory committee piece is not a selector that we then consider. They're They are separate and distinct. They make their recommendations, and this board does what it thinks is right. That's the way the process works. So they don't say, only consider these 10, vote for them or not. That's not their role. Their role is sort of like a super public body that are elected by the public, that have a keen interest, that know about this, and they're the elected people between us and the public that sort of tells us what they view, what they think, and what they recommend. At the end of the day, this board makes that decision. And the only way that changes is if the legislature and the governor decide that they're going to tell you what the projects are. Because they can do that together, but they can't do it separately. And I would advise it wouldn't be good for that to be that way. The whole point of this board and what we've morphed to in transportation is try to get out of the politics a little bit and do a more scientific, business-like approach that's not as easily influenced by the political vagaries of the place that we live. That's the whole thing that's been created since 2010, is to try to get out of that and get to something that is process-based, that is science and math-based, and that we use that. Now, again, we can mess with that. We can make different decisions. This board can do what it wants to do within the confines of the authority given it to us by the code. So there is flexibility there, but we don't want to go back to the old ways, folks. We just don't. Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Minshew.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, as I recall, buried in this legislation that I think Delegate Landis and Senator Obenshain patroned back in 2019, there's a report requirement where this board has to give a report to the money committees and the transportation committees in December, similar to what we have with VTrans. We have another December report we got to give. Do we anticipate we'll see that at the October meeting of this board or the December meeting of the board? I don't know when we have to give that.
I'm not sure the board gives a report. I think I give the report, but
Okay.
Commissioner, can you help me, or you give it?
I believe the board, you being the chairman, submit it to the General Assembly. But we will see the document in advance. It won't be at the October meeting. We'll be still developing that, and you will get it in advance of the December meeting to be able to communicate that to the General Assembly.
But that report, Mr. Minshew, just tells them what we've done and what we're doing. It's a fact-based, here it is, right? Sort of like, here are the results. Here it is. So it's not really, it's not intended to be subjective or opining or proselytizing. It's, here are the facts. Anybody? All right, Mr. Williams.
And Mr. Secretary, I would just like to point out before we move on that the policy that we see on the screen, that applies to the IOEP program as a whole, so that includes 95 and 64 and the other corridors, not just 81.
All the interstates in Virginia.
Okay, so getting back to what was accomplished in 2018 and what's underway now from that 2018 study, the first thing that we did look at was operational strategies. And so there were a handful of those that advanced, including expanding camera coverage along the corridor, safety service patrol, trip and recovery program, to the tune of about $39 million that was funded in 2018. On the capital side, we ultimately started out with 104 projects. Those were all on the ones that are in the toolbox that you see here, the curve improvements, the widenings, auxiliary lanes. We ultimately settled on 65 projects to a tune of about $4 billion. So that's what we see underway in the corridor now, either already completed or underway now. So that brings us to today and why we're here and why we're undergoing the effort that we are now. So one of the things that we learned back in 2018 when we all of a sudden had $4 billion worth of projects to move on ID1 is that those projects can take a while to get started. And so what we're trying to do now is kind of get ahead of the game. We understand that there's going to be some money coming our way in 2035, and we want to make sure when that happens, that we're ready for it. So we are trying to identify these projects now so we can get some of the preliminary work out of the way. So in 2035, when that money is available in earnest, we can start turning on it and actually start construction. So one of the things,
Go ahead.
okay, one of the things I want to highlight, and I think you'll hear me say a few times, and you've probably heard before, but this is absolutely a performance-driven process, both on the performance measure side, where we're ultimately looking at the entire corridor and selecting the worst performing areas, and also when we're prioritizing the projects. We're allowing ourselves to be guided by the data and by our analysis. So just a quick summary of what we've done so far. On the next slide, we'll provide the same quick summary for what's ahead of us. But the point is, this is a very iterative process. We started out with the performance measures, and then we went out to the public and we got feedback from them on those performance measures. We used the information that we got from the public, and we started developing these solutions, right? A whole slate of projects up and down the corridor.
Well, Rob, let's be more clear.
Sir.
Our 25 worst performing 1 mile segments were opined on by the public, and we considered that, right?
Yeah, and I'll address that in the next slide. But so after we developed the solutions, we went out to the public with that and got their feedback. And again, I'll share a little more detail about what that looked like. So the next step in the process, right, we're going to continue to refine these projects based on what we heard from the public back in July. And we're going to ultimately share with you all next month that the list of the staff recommended funding scenario. So that's that first list of projects that we've developed. We'll get your feedback, and we will share a refined list with the ID1 Advisory Committee in November. They will share their recommendations with you all. And the objective is ultimately in January, you all will approve the final funding scenario, the final list of projects, as well as the final report.
Secretary,
Yes, sir, Ms. Wallace.
just curious, when will you have your staff recommended list ready, or is it drafted now?
We are still refining some of the cost estimates and things, and all those go into that smart scale prioritization. So we're working on that now. We will be sharing that with you in October at the CTV meeting.
Trying to wonder if there's a way to get it more than a week ahead or 2 weeks ahead, or what's your timetable?
To be honest with you, sir, that's something that we've been continuing to work on. I think we can probably provide it ahead of time, but I don't know that more than a week would be feasible.
A week would be great. Thank you.
So as I mentioned, when we first developed those performance measures and we identified the 25% worst performing areas on the corridor, the next thing that we did was to share that with the public. So in April, we provided a virtual engagement platform, it's publicinput.com. And what we shared on that platform was an interactive map, example you see here, and that showed all those performance measures on the corridor, and it allowed folks that were using that engagement platform to drop a pin. We had 9 different pins ranging from safety, congestion, and a variety of categories, and also provided them an opportunity to provide open-ended comments so they could tell us they have safety issues here, and then kind of expand on what them. And we heard from them generally that congestion was the #1 issue that they experience along the corridor, followed by truck operations, safety, and then speeding and aggressive driving. You'll also note here that that's pretty standard up and down the corridor. It doesn't really vary between the districts, right? Congestion's the worst, trucks, speeding, and then aggressive driving.
So as you track along with Mr. Williams, we did some analysis, right? We showed them what the analysis suggested at a high level. And then we said, what do you think, right? And the concept is not that the public per se drives the answer. The concept is the public helps inform the answer, right? So we show them what the data says, and then we ask them, where are the worst problems that you see, right? And if our data tends to line up with what they see, then, and are telling us, and this isn't perfect, folks, but it gives us a lot of comfort that they see the same thing that we see, and so that we have some alignment there. That's really what this is. I mean, obviously, the public isn't going to decide the projects and decide the engineering, decide all those things. But you had 4,700 people that said, this is what we see there, and it's very similar to what the data says. So that gives us great comfort that we're in alignment and that what we were going to do is going to be what they think we should do, and it's what we believe we should do. That's really the process. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, sir. And I think another interesting point was about 62% of the pins that were dropped are in areas where we identified on that map that there's projects already underway, under construction. So folks are essentially telling us that those trouble areas that we identified back in 2018 and are already working on are areas that they still want to see work done.
Right.
So after we heard back from the public, that round one engagement, and we got alignment on our performance measures, the next thing we started doing was developing those potential solutions. And as the policy dictates, one of the things that we look at is the operational strategies. And so for this time around, we are focusing on incident signal timing plans. And so the idea being in those areas where we have high incident delay and we have to potentially direct folks off of the corridor, we want to make sure that those parallel facilities can handle that traffic in those cases. So we're expanding on the work that was done to upgrade the signal systems back in 2018. We're coordinating with the municipal systems, so that's not just the VDOT systems, but also those municipalities along the corridor and coordinating with them to make sure that we can utilize their system as well in those incident or detour scenarios. And then those are all focused on the areas where we had that incident delay in the top 25%. Again, this is a performance-driven process.
And if you'll remember, when we started this process, as Mr. Williams said, this didn't functionally start to 2018, 2019. I mean, we were at zero, no plan, no engineering, no design, no money, no nothing, no program, zero. And so it takes a while to get going, right? We all know that. And once we got some money and got a plan together, the things that we could do, and I think we had, how many total projects was it?
104?
No, we identified 104 capital projects, but how many total projects, operational and capital, did we fund? Anyway, the point is, a big piece of the numbers of projects that were funded were operational in the beginning, because you can do them quickly, right? You don't have to have tons of engineering design. You're not moving earth and roads and pouring concrete or asphalt or whatever. They're quicker to do, and they have a huge impact. And when you bring the construction on, you want the operational improvements to already be there, right? So on slide 3, you see we funded $39 million in operational improvements, and we're going to spend $4 billion for capital, right? Well, they were a lot of the projects in terms of number. They just weren't a lot in terms of dollars, but they're critical to do, and you can do them quickly, so they're always sort of the first thing you can get to. And that'll continue in this cycle and future cycles. So in this case, what Mr. Williams is talking about are those operational projects. Go ahead, sir. Now we're going to go to the capital.
Side. Excuse me?
Now going to capital projects.
Yes, sir. So on the capital side, we have the same tools in our toolbox this time around. So we'll be considering widening projects, the targeted acceleration, deceleration lanes, and those are used for interchanges to give folks more space to merge. Curve improvements in areas where super elevation is needed to reduce runoff collisions. Auxiliary lanes, so connecting some of those interchanges to reduce those weaving movements again. Realignments in areas where we have severe curvature, and then truck climbing lanes, of course, where we have grades on the corridor. So putting all that together, as I mentioned, we go back out to the public and we say, here's our list of potential solutions. And we ask them again to provide feedback on those. In this case, we provided all 40 projects that we had come up with and asked them to give us a simple thumbs up or thumbs down. Do you agree with this or disagree with these projects? We did, in this case, it was virtual as well as in person. So we were in the middle of July, spent a week on the 81 corridor. We had 4 meetings in 4 days, ended up with about 100 participants at the meetings. We combined that with a virtual component. And again, that's when we asked those folks to tell us their thoughts on the project. We got about just under 1,700 participants this time around. We did see a drop-off in participation, but that's pretty typical for a lot of these studies. A lot of times we see folks in these corridor studies, when they hear about it, they're going to want to tell us what they think, and then once they've kind of shared their thoughts, re-engagement isn't always a priority for them. But I think 1,700 participants second time around is still a pretty good number. So what you'll see in that image on the board there is what we brought with us and what we shared online for the virtual component. But the boards in person were about 8 feet long. We had 4 of those in both Bristol and Salem, and then 8 of those in the room with us in the Stanton district. And what you see on the top portion are those performance measures, right? So that's those 4 performance measures we talked about. And then the dots you see on those boards are the feedback that we heard in round 1, right? So it's kind of bringing everything along with us as you step through this process and bringing those with us and re-educating the public about what our findings were from round 1. And then on the bottom, it's that same section of corridor, but in this case, you're looking at the projects. So you'll see in yellow those projects that we've already funded and have either been constructed or are underway. And then in green, there'll be the projects that we're proposing for the future. So what we heard from that survey was about 87% of respondents, what we heard from them, they all agree with the projects, right? So that's, I think, a pretty good indicator of the alignment that our findings have with the public, and essentially telling us they want to see continued work on this corridor and that it is a priority for them.
So, Mr. Williams, so what we saw, right, so we took our data, we identified places that were a problem. We asked the people to tell us where they thought the problems were, and we had pretty good alignment. Then we developed some sort of big picture scenarios of solutions for capital projects. And we went out and went back to the public and said, all right, here's the kinds of things that we do, and here's where we would do them in concept. What do you think of that? And we got an 87% general agreement on that. So again, feeling pretty good that the public's thinking the same thing that we're thinking, at least at 87% of the time. So that's where we are, and then we'll go to the next step. Mr. Williams.
Sorry, and we also always provide an opportunity for open-ended comments to folks to make sure that their feedback isn't just, in a certain structured way, and they can let us know what they're thinking. So what we heard from that generally is a lot of comments about speed and enforcement needs on the corridor, of course, widening to 3 lanes, and then truck management. So this is sort of where the rubber starts to meet the road, right? So we have all these projects that we brought out to the public. We have this alignment. The public wants to see us continue to invest in this corridor. But we only have between $2 and $2.25 billion available to us for new funding, starting in 2035.
And let me say that. Let me say this, excuse me. That number is what we expect to get from the revenue streams that we have in place, the basic revenue streams that feed this project. We all know there's other abilities to put money on this project, and the General Assembly has done that in the past. And they may do that or may not in the future, the General Assembly and the governor. Who knows what they're going to do? I'm not sure what they're going to do. But this is what we know with pretty good certainty, given we have a funding stream formula and we can predict what that is going to generate. So we don't expect this to be less unless the world came to an end or they changed the funding stream. But it could be bigger, right? If there was more money brought to bear, it could be bigger. But we just don't know that, and we're not forecasting that. We forecast what we know. Sir, Ms. Sellers.
Does this include the capital investments and then future operational investments that will be needed, or is this just for the capital investments?
This is for everything. This is whatever we do on the corridor after 33, this is the money that will be there to do capital or operational improvements, both.
And do they have a timeline for because some of the operational seem to me that they would need to be updated then again in a few years.
The operational tend to be supportive of the capital and are done first, right? So you're going to change something and you can make an operational improvement that will handle the pieces of that change. So just like we did in the beginning tranche, we had operational improvements that were identified. We had capital improvements that were identified. We moved on the operational ones first. They were cheaper, they were easier to do, and they were necessary to get the full benefit of the capital projects.
Right, but these don't seem to be one-time type projects, like upgrades to stoplights. I'm assuming we would need to upgrade those again as technology changes. So do we?
No, that's not considered in here. I mean,
Okay.
We're not doing technology. We're doing, fix this problem. These don't work right, fix them today. We're not talking about 15 years from now and the technology changes and we go do a technology change. That's not contemplated.
Then on the operational side, are these challenges or problems that would have been there anyways?
Chairman, if I might, what we're proposing, at least coming out of this CIP update, is focusing on the operational improvements dealing with incident management plans on the alternative detour routes that would be upgrading the signal timing to be able to accommodate the construction activities that would be ongoing, but also address the ongoing incidents that happen and need to detour. So as congestion builds or the capacity need, once you reach congestion, you would already have that signal timing in a place where you're flushing the system on the arterial or on the alternative route, and it's already at a congestion. So the update frequency is not nearly as needed as what you would have during the, non-congested periods. So I'm confident in that we could address the incident management timing plans now, and they would last for a period of time. But yes, they need to be updated periodically. But this is not a wholesale update to the signal cabinet, the technology that's in the cabinet. That's not what we're speaking of, at least in the proposals that are going to be presented in the October timeframe.
And the truth is, generally, as you saw in the first round with $39 million on the slide, these are, in the dollar scheme, are fairly small and don't impact that number. But they're really important to impact the result.
Well, and this corridor may look different than the 95 corridor, but some of those operational, particularly on roads that are off the interstate and that are the bailout, take the bailout traffic, those, again, if it's like 95.
It's not like 95.
Okay, so we're not seeing as maybe as much
95 has
congestion.
congestion in general. 81 has incident congestion mainly. It's
Okay.
different.
Okay.
And obviously, the population, a lot of throughput, way higher percentage of trucks. The numbers of people that live on the corridor versus the density in Northern Virginia from Fredericksburg up is just totally different.
Your point, Ms. Sellers, there are some operational strategies that are sort of an ongoing strategy, for instance, the Safety Service Patrol. And in those cases, our policy is to fund those for 3 years, and then they would be included in the maintenance budget.
Gotcha. All right.
So getting back to the point here, we have about $2 to $2.25 billion available to us. The rough estimate of projects is approximately $6 billion of those potential solutions that we developed, right? So the next task we have in front of us and what we're working on now is refining those solutions down to projects that we have the ability to execute. So we're refining some of those costs. We're coordinating with our colleagues in the district to come up with a more refined slate of projects that we can ultimately share with you all.
Well, and let's be clear, Rob.
Yes, sir.
What we're doing is we're refining our costs. We're refining the cost-benefit analysis, which will then give us a prioritization of the projects that are recommended because they return the best benefit for their cost. That's what we'll get. Awesome.
Just so I'm clear, the $6 billion, that's using the 25% filter?
Yes, those are all the
That
projects that we
covers
developed.
all of them
Yes,
in that filter.
correct.
Okay.
And to your point, Mr. Lawson, we won't get there.
We're a little short.
We're a little short.
Okay, so what we're doing
Let
now.
me rephrase that. We won't get there with the current funding streams.
But we're, as I mentioned, continuing to refine those projects that we brought out to the public based on the input that we received, and also just in working with our colleagues in the district and our consultant team, and making sure that we can share with you all and ultimately prioritize the best possible projects that can bring value to the Commonwealth. So on the operational side, in terms of prioritization, we're looking at safety, mobility, and environmental factors to prioritize those operational strategies. And then on the capital side, as I've mentioned previously, we're using that smart scale-like scoring process. So that's the 40-40-20 weight, 40 being safety, 40 being congestion, and then 20% being accessibility. And then our goal is to, once we're completed with the refinement process, to present to you all that staff recommended funding scenario next month. So after we do that, later on next month, we'll be going back out on the road, another 4 shows and 4 nights along the 81 corridor. This time we'll be starting on the southern end of the corridor in the Bristol district on October 27th. That's a Monday, and then traveling north and ending in Winchester on the 30th. So again, we'll be bringing out those large boards showing the performance measures, showing those refined projects this time around. We'll include those prioritized solutions. We'll include more discussion of the operational improvements. Again, we'll be using a virtual component to gather public comment. And then we'll also be sharing all that material on our website for folks to access at their leisure. Once we get that last round of public engagement completed and get their feedback, the final steps will be finalizing that funding scenario, sharing that with you all as well as the 81 Advisory Committee. They will be sharing their recommendations with you, and then ultimately it will be up to this board to select the final funding scenario and adopt the final report.
Questions?
Secretary.
Dr. Smoot?
Rob, I was pleased to hear that you all are looking at related arterial impacts and solutions as a result of this. As I think we all know, on I-81, that in most cases, not all, is the former and current Route 11. That has produced and will continue to produce ugly situations if it is not addressed. Now, I don't know that the I-81 improvement program in and of itself was contemplating significant changes on Route 11, improvements on Route 11. But we need to understand and own that when we end up with I-81 traffic on Route 11, that we're essentially shutting down or greatly impeding emergency services, first responders, and many people who live in communities who are not at all engaged with traffic on I-81. We're dumping it on them. There's no alternative to that, I don't think, but I think there is an alternative to being able to do all we can to expedite the movement of I-81 traffic when it is placed on roads that were designed 50, 60 years ago. And it is ugly sometimes.
Well, I think, Dr. Smoot, to your point, I think the whole concept here is what we're trying to do, because this is a corridor whose congestion is mostly incident-based, right? Not that there's a gazillion cars all at one time, all the time. There's a lot of trucks, and when something happens, it's bad, right? We're trying to stop the things that happen that are bad, right, in this capital improvement project, while supporting them with operational improvements and trying to be thoughtful about Route 11. But what we're trying to do is have many less times that Route 11 is, if you will, is impacted. right? And that's sort of the big picture of what's happening. If we can reduce these incidents, which is, all this stuff does, whether it's a widening, a truck climbing lane, or whatever it is, we're trying to reduce the incidents so we're not dumping that traffic on 11. We're not trying to fix 11 per se with the thought that we're going to continue to dump traffic on it all the time, and we got to make it like 81 now. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to make sure that traffic doesn't get to 11 as best we can. And then to do some things there that also, when it does occur, because it's still going to occur, right? It's still going to occur. When it does occur, we've got a better way to handle it. That's the goal.
And we do need to understand that as a result of the construction, we are dumping traffic necessarily onto Route 11 or other roads that will go away when the construction is over. But during the many years that it will take to do the construction, it is a real mess sometimes. And I'm not suggesting that there's a good alternative to that, but it is a real mess sometimes and impedes emergency vehicle services.
Dr. Smoot, 100%. I would tell you, as somebody who lives in Hampton Roads my whole life, Mr. Stamp will tell you the same thing. 81's no different than that, you know, and people clamored and clamored and clamored and raised Cain to get it fixed. And while we're fixing it, they're screaming and yelling about it's all torn up. And that's the way that it works, my friends. It's unfortunate.
And we could do all of this for probably, half the
but
money and half the time if we could close the road, but we can't close the road.
Go talk to the people in Hampton and go talk to the people in Norfolk that have been living with us, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, for a while. And Hampton's wanted to close exits and do this and that and other stuff. And we, FHWA's got to say, and we've got to say, and, it's the pain we've got to feel to get the gain that we're trying to get. And you're right, we can't close the road, and that wouldn't be good anyway. So it's sort of like renovating your kitchen, Dr. Smoot. It's painful while you're doing it, but when you get it done, it's kind of nice. So that's what we're hoping to do is get it done as fast as we can with as least disruption. But yeah, in the meantime, it makes things very difficult.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Laird was
I'm
not.
sorry.
Rob, first of all, I agree, we've got to do this, and it's terrific that we are. But we have completed, and maybe you know the number, I do not. How many projects have we completed on 81?
That I'm not exactly sure about, sir.
10, 20?
Well, if you include the operational, it's much more than that.
Okay.
But capital projects, a sum.
And my thought is that the programs and the policies that we are working with are the intentions are good, but I don't think we should be judged by the intentions. I think we should be judged by the results. And as we complete these projects, are we looking at them, we checked the box, we completed it, but are they solving the problem? Have they solved the problem? Are we looking back and making that analysis?
Mr. Bridge.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, the annual report, the I-81 report, does report on the progress that has been made and the performance that is gained by those improvement projects. So we do have an annual performance metric that we are reporting back to the General Assembly on what has transpired with those projects. Having said that, from a safety standpoint, it's going to take several years until we make that determination. And so far, we've had a limited number of projects that have been completed. We're starting to see the larger capital projects be complete now, and it'll be several other years, but we can have preliminary analyses completed in that document that shows that there's already been an improvement. And what I would say is that we have, through that annual report, we've shown the benefits from the operational improvements from signal timing and safety service patrols in the TRIP program for incident clearances and delay times that have come way down during incidences. We've showed the acceleration and deceleration lanes showing that there's an improvement to safety in those areas, that we're achieving, it's not just a check in the box, it is, are we achieving the goals and objectives that have been set forth by the 81 program? The answer is yes. Having said that, we've also said that 25, 26, and 27 is going to be the largest capital sets of expenditures along the corridor. So we're going to see a lot more orange cones and barrels out there and barrier service that's placed, and we're seeing that now. As those projects come to completion, we will see the benefits being derived immediately. Congestion is one that we're going to be able to pick up much sooner as those projects come to fruition. But as the Secretary said, things are going to get worse before they get better. I think what you're going to see over the next 3 years, that the performance metrics along the corridor are going to show a degradation in service because of constricted lanes, more incidences that have occurred. But once we finish those locations, then you'll see an increase or decrease in safety, or an increase in safety and a decrease in congestion. And what you can reference back to is the 3-lane sections in the Bristol districts. Once we finish those prior to the 81 corridor, we've shown a drastic improvement in their performance, both safety and congestion. You will see the same thing happen, but it will take time. And the way to measure this is, again, through the annual performance report that has to be delivered back to this body and the General Assembly.
And Mr. Laird, to your point, expanding that, we've been now through 6 rounds of smart scale, right? And the first rounds were not near as good as where we are today, in my view. It was a little choppy. And we've changed some things, and we've worked on verifying estimates and. But it is incumbent on us as we go forward, in my view. And this is going to fall more on y'all than me, because I won't be here after January. It should be incumbent on us to go back ultimately and look at the projects that we did, look at the benefits that we expected, and see how they did, right? Because it was all a forecast, right? It wasn't a fact. It was a forecast. It was an educated forecast, a scientific informed forecast, but still a forecast. And so we've spent billions and billions of dollars over 6 rounds. Now, you're not going to be able to do round 6 for a while. You're not probably going to be able to do round 5 for a while. And we still have round 1 projects, I think, that aren't completed, for goodness sakes. But we should always be going back and saying, all right, it's just like in a business. I invested X amount of dollars. I expected to do certain things. Did I get those or not? And so whether it's 81 in our 81 report, or whether it's smart scale projects, this board ought to have a process that goes back and sees what the real answer, what the real result was, to help us. It's a continuous improvement loop, to help us know how to get better at making sure that we either forecast better or get what we forecasted if we didn't. So we ought to be looking at all of our stuff like that. So 81, absolutely, but we ought to be looking at all of them. But you got to get far enough down the road for the data to be meaningful. And because because all this takes so long, it's hard to sort of do. But I'd like to see us have a process that does that. Yes, sir, Mr. Lawson.
One thing I'm hearing, I probably hadn't focused on this before, you saying that the 81 delays and accidents are incident-based, which I'm sensing is something different than a Northern Virginia rush hour. But what we're experiencing is incident-based delays and accidents with an increasing regularity or consistency. So at what point do those things become whatever the delays or cause that we're more familiar with in the urban areas, such as a morning and evening rush hour?
You attack them differently, Mr. Lawson. If you've got a pipe and you can only put so many cars through it, and you give it more cars, that's just a problem. That's a different problem than if you keep having wrecks, and that creates the congestion. So if we had no incidents on 81, if we could get rid of all the incidents on 81, you'd see a much better situation than if we could get rid of all the incidents on 95. Because the demand for the road is just so much higher, right? So that's been the view since we started this. We can go back and show you some of that from previous studies. But generally speaking, a lot of the congestion and delay on 81 is incident related. It's not just too many people on the road. Now, and that is exacerbated because a lot of the incidents are with tractor trailers. And tractor trailer incidents are worse than other incidents, and they take much longer to deal with. I mean, go back and look at the pictures in the beginning of this presentation. I think it's in here, where you see the two tractor trailers laying on their sides on the side of the road. That's a lot different than a Ford Taurus, you know? It's just a different thing to deal with. Or a tractor trailer that spills petroleum or linseed oil or whatever it is all over the road. It's just different than a car. And so they take longer to deal with, they're more impactful, but generally speaking, that's a difference between a 95 Fredericksburg North and an 81 from end to end. Now, within the corridor, it could differ some too, because Salem's different than Bristol, is different than Stanton, and different places in Stanton are different.
Well,
But
the traffic volumes are going up, though, on
yes, they are.
81,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
to exacerbate it
Yeah, I mean, at
even
some
more.
point, you know, if you have growth in vehicle miles traveled and you don't make the road any bigger, you'll get there, right? You'll get to 95 if you have enough growth. But that's not what we're dealing with today. All right, anybody else? Ms. Dunlop.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Excellent presentation. I'm wondering in the priority projects if the availability of the ancillary detour locations is a factor. In other words, I know some places along 81, it's not really very easy. You go many miles off 81 to get around an incident. Is that something that's taken into consideration? Whether the ancillary detour is in good shape or not, it's a long distance.
Well, let me try to jump in here. And Mr. Williams, you can disagree with me if you need to clean this up. The answer is yes. So think about it like this. If there was a parallel 81 and you had an incident and you had an off-ramp and an on-ramp right where you wanted it to be, it wouldn't be that big a deal, right? And the fact that you don't makes it a bigger deal. And the fact that you have 11 makes it less a bigger deal for 81, but makes it a bigger deal for 11. And so they have to work together, right? And so, yeah, so if you had an 81 next door, then your hours of delay would be very different on the other 81 where you had an incident. But because you have 11 and it's not, or other routes, and they're not sufficient, that makes that delay go up higher, right? The hours of delay is higher because you got nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go. 11's not functioning well. So yeah, it's baked in because the numbers of hours of delay have to do with what do you do when there is an incident. And if you can use the right 11 and everybody could do that and there was no delay, that incident delay number would go down a lot. But it doesn't because there's not a good alternative. There's only a little partial alternative. So that all bakes into the numbers, which then drives the impact higher, which is if you relieve it, drives the score higher. So the answer is yeah, it's baked into the concept. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do, sir. I think, yeah, baked in is a good way to describe it. When we look at the parallel facilities, the work that we're doing is on the operations side. So that's the return on investment analysis. The smart scale prioritization are for the projects that we're recommending for the main line on 81.
Somebody else? Is there somebody else? All right, nice work, Mr. Williams. Good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is not on the agenda. It's called lunch, and we're going to take a 40-minute recess for lunch. We're in recess. Move to item 9, Next Generation Traffic Operations Data Service, Deputy Commissioner Kathy McGee. Welcome. Hope you're doing well today.
I am doing well, thank you. I hope everyone else is doing well as well. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I feel like I got a really good setup for this presentation with the conversation earlier this morning about
Operational improvement.
Automated vehicles and connected vehicles, and that conversation was a really good introduction to what I'm going to talk to you about today. As you know, most of you anyway, know VDOT's been working in the automated and connected vehicle space for a couple of decades. The Secretary anyway has heard me say that for my entire career, we've talked about these things becoming reality in the next 5 years, for 25 years. But as he says, we are close now, and we're really excited with the progress that we're making. So I'm here today to talk to you about a project we have currently in procurement. It was part of the 6-year improvement plan that you approved earlier this year. This project is funded out of our Innovative Technology Transportation Fund, or ITTF, which, as a reminder for some of you and maybe new information for others, ITTF is designed to fund pilot programs or fully developed deployments that meet a number of criteria. They reduce congestion, improve mobility, improve safety, provide up-to-date travel data, and improve emergency response. So we believe that the project I'm going to present to you today will do all of those things. It does fall into the pilot category, but we're very optimistic that as a result of what we learned through this pilot, we'll be coming back to you with additional deployments in the future. So as I mentioned, we have been talking about connected and automated vehicles for quite some time. I have personally talked to you about it any number of times, and this project really does put us on the road to being even more ready for full deployment of this technology. We are hoping through this project to leverage data and technology to help us improve operations today. So we talk a lot about how we get ready for the future. This project will help us today as well as position us for the future. So the purpose of the project really is to improve safety by having better real-time, low-latency, high-reliability data available on a segment of roadway through which we can make data-driven decisions. And at the end of the day, that will allow us to understand the risks within this given corridor and make proactive decisions about how to manage the corridor better. So for this pilot, we have selected a segment of I-95 here in the Richmond district, just north of here, from approximately exit 86 to exit 78, Sliding Hill Road to Arthur Ashe Boulevard. This segment of roadway has a lot of really interesting characteristics. If you've driven it, you'll know that the number of lanes, northbound and southbound, vary in this segment from 2 to 5. It does have 2 system-to-system interchanges at 295 and I-64. It does experience higher than average crash rates, and so it is a great target for this really enhanced information that we believe this project will bring. We have, in the past, talked to you about deploying lots of infrastructure to allow us to manage traffic more effectively. In this project, we're taking a different approach, and we are looking to procure data as a service. So we don't want to own and operate the infrastructure itself. We just want the information and the analytics that will allow us to make better decisions. So we're willing to permit installations of technology within the right-of-way, but we don't want to own or operate it. We only want the data that comes from that deployment. We are looking at a 2-year period of operations initially with 2 one-year optional renewals under this contracting mechanism. That 2 years of production won't start until they have fully established whatever infrastructure is needed for them to provide the data. We are not in any way specifying what that needs to look like. We are open to whatever they propose, and we will be considering that through the procurement process. So, as I mentioned earlier, the project is funded through ITTF. The RFP is out and closes the first week of October. We are in the process now of answering vendor questions as a part of the procurement process. But once the procurement closes in early October, we are ready to move quickly through the process to select an offer, come back to all of you for approval, and execute the contract in January of 2026. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have. This really was just for your information, so that when we come to you for approval, you have this background.
Questions or comments?
Comments, sir.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I just learned of this recently as going through the packet, and I talked with the Richmond residency about this project, and I think it's a great section of highway to do the project on. I drive portions of that interstate section very, very regularly, and there are times when it's an absolute head scratcher as to why there is a delay or what's going on with it. And it's impacted by 64, it's impacted by 295. And those merge points, and it varies with, some beach traffic. It got all kinds of things going on with it. And my comment to the residency was that I think that this particular section of road will put that AI and technology through its paces, because it is a unique stretch of highway. And when it gets jammed up and bogged up, it becomes a mess. So it is certainly, though, a head scratcher at various times. So I like the project. So I'm sure I'll have more questions in October, but I like what I see.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Davis, I would like to add, in this segment, we don't have as much technology deployed in terms of cameras and the like. So it's a good segment from that perspective. But this project does require continuous coverage. So unlike other areas where we have cameras and sensors at different spacings, through this project, we'll be able to see every single foot, I won't say inch, every single foot of the segment, and we'll be able to understand much better what's causing different anomalies in the flow.
Sellers?
The other cameras don't keep the data, so is there
Correct.
part of the RFP to then maintain and host the data? Or like the video footage?
So the video, well, and to be honest, we don't know what sensors they're going to propose for this, because we're asking for data. I would imagine there would be video, but we don't store video, and we do that for a very particular reason, as I think I've discussed with all of you before. We will own the data. We will have exclusive rights to the data. So we will be able to set the parameters around how that data is stored and what is stored.
What else? Ms. Dunlop?
Could you just be specific? I looked at the map, but it was hard for me to tell where this actually is. I know where Arthur Ashe Boulevard is, and I know where the 264s come in, but is is Sliding Hill Road north of that? or-
Yes, north at exit 86.
95, Ms. Dunlop, if you go back to the map.
Yeah,
So Arthur Ashe is just a few miles north of here on 95,
right.
and then it goes past 295 and up the corridor towards Doswell and Ashland. So you can sort of see where 295 comes in.
It's about 9 miles.
That's great.
What else? Thank you very much, Ms. McGee. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item number 10, direct agreement to support TIFIA financing for certain aspects of the Hampton Roads Express Lanes Network. Ms. Farmer, welcome.
Good afternoon,
doing well.
Mr. Secretary and members of the board. I'll admit up front that Kathy's was much more riveting and exciting, so please reset your expectations, at least on content. So I'm here today to talk about the direct agreement to support a TIFIA financing for the Hampton Roads Transportation Accountability Commission and how that supports the Express Lanes network. So a direct agreement is needed for the department to enter into to support the TIFIA loan that HR TAC is advancing to advance certain segments of the network, segment 1A, 1B, 4A and B, and the 464 exit 291 interchange improvements, as well as tolling integration that will be supported collectively across the project. The direct agreement is a tri-party agreement among VDOT, HR TAC, and the US DOT that works through the Build America Bureau for the TIFIA loan. And VDOT needs to provide certain representations and warranties to the US DOT relating to the network itself. And several years ago, in 2020, VDOT entered into, along with the board, a master agreement for the development and tolling of the express lanes, otherwise known as the MTA, the Master Tolling Agreement. And VDOT committed to negotiate and enter into a direct agreement to support that in pursuit of all financing related to the network. And under that MTA, both the board and the department committed to reasonably support the commission in its efforts to implement the funding plan. And for that reason, this direct agreement is needed. So there are key terms that are related to the direct agreement. Obviously, HR TAC is the borrower under the loan, and VDOT is not liable for anything related to the loan. And then we make a series of the usual customary reps and warranties related to the status of the agreements to which VDOT is a party and supports the construction of the project, including the agreement remain in effect with no defaults, that VDOT is in compliance with federal law, including all environmental laws, and that VDOT has and otherwise is in compliance with governmental approvals required to construct and operate the HRELN project. So VDOT makes a series of covenants related to the project within the agreement, provides advance notice to the DOT before we execute any additional contracts relating to the project. We will carry out the construction work in accordance with the schedule that's been laid out. We will perform any operations and maintenance work in accordance with the obligations that we've made under the MTA to maintain the Express Lanes network. We also maintain insurance related to the project pursuant to the terms of VDOT's existing contracts. And we must notify US DOT on the occurrence of very specific events that could adversely impact the delivery of the project. And please be reassured that these covenants are generally confirm all of VDOT's existing contractual and legal obligations. VDOT agrees to refrain from taking certain actions, obviously, without US DOT's consent that could adversely impact the US DOT. Those include modifying or waiving the provisions of project-related contracts if they could have an adverse impact, creating any liens or other permitted liens on the project, entering into any additional project-related contracts that commit the commission to expend any additional funds in excess of the thresholds that have been specified, and any selling or leasing of the project or the Express Lanes network. These negative covenants typically relate to the legal or commercial matters that VDOT is unlikely to undertake in the ordinary course of administering the project and its contracts. VDOT agrees to undertake certain administrative tasks, including maintaining files related to the project and the Express Lanes network, carrying out any audits in accordance with the applicable federal law, and providing information to HR TAC to assist with the preparation of its financial plan and reports. These are all tasks that are typical for a project receiving federal aid funds or federal credit support, and all things that we're used to doing today. In terms of project-related covenants, the direct agreement requires VDOT to make certain acknowledgments, including we acknowledge the license to use the tolling infrastructure and access the roadway, and performing the tolling O&M is granted to HR TAC under the MTA, and that's irrevocable during the terms of the MTA. And HR TAC is entitled to 100% of delay liquidated damages payable under our tolling systems contract. These are acknowledgments, do not require amendments to any other agreements to date. So in terms of next steps, due to the timing of the need to advance the TIFIA loan, we would ask that you consider action tomorrow in your action meeting to delegate the authority to the commissioner to enter into the direct agreement in the meeting tomorrow. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from Ms. Farmer? Hearing none. Let me just say one thing. Ms. Farmer talked about Ms. McGee having a much more exciting presentation. I got some excitement about Ms. Farmer that I'd like to share, given that she brought it up. Thank you, Ms. Farmer, for giving me the entree. She hates this. I love it. So Laura was recently recognized with a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Women in Public Finance in Virginia. And there are a lot of women in public finance, and she hasn't finished her lifetime yet. She's got a lot of years left to go. But I think that's one heck of a neat thing for somebody in general, and I'm particularly excited to have somebody in her position at VDOT win that. So if you will join me in a round of applause and salute her. All right, now get back to work.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Laura, for everything you do. Mr. Stant.
If you're not aware of the program, it is absolutely one of the best programs that the federal government has ever put together for transportation. We've used it extensively at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and it's just an absolute wonderful program that provides a lot of money at very low interest rates on very attractive terms. So anytime you can get TIFIA money and it's available, go for it, because it's a wonderful program for transportation.
And we also have a VDOT vet who runs that program now, one of our own.
Absolutely.
Morteza Ferris.
Morteza, he's a good friend of the Commonwealth, I'll tell you that.
Good
He
friend
used
of the
to work for the P3 office here in Richmond. Wonderful guy and a good friend of the Commonwealth.
And is still a resident of the Commonwealth. So we're pleased to be able to have him continue to be part of our transportation solution package. All right, any other questions or comments on this presentation? All right, thank you, Ms. On the agenda. Item number 11, toll facility revolving account allocations for the Hampton Roads Express Lanes Network. Ms. Farmer.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to give you an overview of the toll facilities revolving account, reflecting on some of our conversation earlier today related to the Coleman Bridge, and then some of the financial assumptions related to the Express Lanes network under the master tolling agreement. And then VDOT recommends that we formally allocate funds from the toll facility revolving account to the network. And I'll give you some details related to that. So the toll facility revolving account was established by the General Assembly back in 1986 as a method to finance or refinance existing and potential toll facilities. On June 1st, the toll facilities account was created under the Code of Virginia to pay or finance all or part of the cost of toll facilities constructed under the provisions of the title, which is Title 33.2 today. Funds that reside in the toll facilities revolving account have been utilized to provide operational support for the Powhite Parkway Extension toll road here in the Richmond area, the George P. Coleman Bridge, as we mentioned earlier today, the Pocahontas Parkway Toll Road here in the Richmond area, in addition to advancing other projects such as the Route 168 Chesapeake Expressway, Penner's Point, among others. So the repayment arrangements are in place for the remaining outstanding loans for Coleman Bridge and the Chesapeake Expressway. And to note, our discussion this morning, the Appropriations Act this year required that the tolls be removed by January 1st. Those ended on August 8th, and any remaining amount due to the toll facility revolving account will not be reimbursed as a result. So prior to House Bill 1887, which was in 2015, all the interest earnings from the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund, as well as the TTF Construction Fund, the two major operating funds of the department, were dedicated to the account. The interest earnings today, after that piece of legislation, are now dedicated to the Virginia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, or VTIB, and the Transportation Priority Opportunity Fund, or TPOF. So there are no dedicated revenue streams beyond repayments since fiscal year 2016. Today, the available balance within the account is just over $103 million. There are also other sub-funds of the account that we monitor. In the late 90s, a pilot program for a state infrastructure bank was established with VDOT that included a deposit of federal funds available to Virginia as well as a state share. Those current balances are on the slide at $15.5 million for federal and $3.6 million for state. The Code of Virginia restricts the use of that infrastructure bank within toll facility revolving to support P3 projects. We have exercised it in the last decade to 15 years on unique items related to P3 transactions, and all of those have been repaid. So it also is used to support the operating activity for Easy Pass as well as violation enforcement services. So David Caudill and his team, who you heard from this morning, use it to support activity related to Easy Pass when we have to advance transponders or unique operational costs that should be probably depreciated over time, and they use it for operating capital. This table just provides the accounts portfolio at the current time as of June 30th. So just under $18 million is the outstanding owed balance from just Easy Pass operations, and the repayment expected is ongoing. We continue to draw that balance down. In terms of Highway Construction Fund legacy projects, several projects were established many years ago that we're addressing through the closeout process to determine whether those funds can be repaid. As the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network got off the ground, an account loan was established to advance the tolling infrastructure needed and construction activities for the Express Lanes network. That currently stands at $60.3 million of repayment, and it is a waterfall establishes when the expected repayments are to begin once HR TAC controls the financing of the network itself, and that is beginning in the mid-2030s. The Coleman Bridge toll facility, as we mentioned earlier today, has a $29.6 million balance. The bulk of the repayment will come in the bulk of the action will be a partial repayment in 2026 as we incur the costs related to drawing the facility down and removing the infrastructure on the roadway. And so we imagine that will be, the bulk of it will probably be written off, and it's estimated to be $25 to $28 million before year end. And then I-66 inside the Beltway Express Lanes, which VDOT operates, was established with an advance from the account that currently stands at $68.9 million. We've already begun annual payments in accordance with the agreement among VDOT, the NBTC, and DRPT that the board has seen before, and those repayments are on a specified schedule. So the total outstanding remaining balances to the account are just over $199 million.
Ms. Farmer, if I can get you to help me and make sure I'm looking at this the right way, or the board's looking at this the right way. So right now, we have almost $200 million that's out. It's been lent out of this fund. Ms. Farmer has told you that the first line is sort of a working capital ongoing line. And so let's just pretend that that's going to stay there forever. It may or may not. It's working capital, so it's different than if it was a classic loan. So let's just pretend that's not coming back anytime soon. And then the 29.6 at the Coleman Bridge toll facility, she tells us we're going to write off between 25 and 28 million of that. So functionally, if you took the 17 and the 29 and got to 47, that's the amount out of the 199 that we wouldn't expect to be coming back, in some cases ever, in other cases, which is working capital anytime soon. So that just tells you what the revenue streams, there's no new revenue, right, stream coming in there, but that's the stream that will come back in at some point based on her schedule. So is that accurate, Ms. Farmer?
Yes, sir.
And so if you take the balance today of 103 million and you add that back, then you can sort of see what the corpus is that we're dealing with, right? So it's about 130 and 103 is sort of what we have out there that we might expect either to have in cash or to have in receivables that will be repaid. So we got about $200-some million ultimately that's sloshing around in that fund, either in cash or in loans. So that sort of frames the picture of that fund, as I talked about earlier in the day, and sort of why this was allowable and sensible to do with the Coleman Bridge. Because as I indicated, it wasn't really necessary to the continuation of the program. It wasn't going to really hurt it. And so you can see that here in this illustration. All right.
So reverting to the financing arrangements for the Hampton Roads Express Lanes network, when we executed the master tolling agreement in August of 2020, among the Commission, the CTB, and VDOT, it was established to govern the financing, construction, and the operations of the network itself. The MTA at that time recognized the need for non-recurring costs that VDOT has advanced or will need to advance out of the toll facilities revolving account to support the network. These funds would be repaid in accordance with the proceeds waterfall outlined in the MTA related to toll revenue. So in 2021, we also recognized this arrangement between the Commission and the Department, acknowledging it and agreeing to it as additional tolling integration costs for the network could be funded with the accounts and its balances. And to today, coverage for that tolling integration cost has been assumed in the finance plan that HR TAC has established for the network to be advanced from the toll facilities revolving account. This table just provides the estimated need for current and future integration costs related to the network. As we've closed out segment 2, we did have some additional costs that were not planned initially related to delays in getting that segment open. We also have additional segments and estimates related to our tolling integrating contractor as well as VDOT oversight to deliver those segments and get tolling going as the segments come online with additional contingency. So the total is just over $28 million. So in terms of next steps, VDOT recommends allocating just over $28 million in TIFRA allocations to support those integration costs to the network segments. And a resolution for your consideration for that will be advanced at your October meeting. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we skipped a couple items and we sort of breezed over the VTrans. And we have some time, and I'd like to take us back and talk about, see if we can make a little bit more progress on VTrans, make sure we understand where the group is heading, sort of what those 19 bullets were that we looked at earlier, and have a little bit more discussion. Because I want to, this has been Mr. Minshew, we've been working on this for some time. And, this is a high-level thing. It's not a precise thing. So opinions can vary at the high level a lot. But what we're trying to do is sort of like we talked about with the process we went through on the 81. We're trying to get enough information out there, enough conversation, that we can find alignment within the board to finish this up and move forward. So I think we're going to spend a little bit more time on it. I'm going to bring it back now. We'll spend a little bit more time milling through it and make sure that people understand what's on the pages and give them an opportunity to ask questions, hopefully to make the next meeting a little bit more or a little bit smoother than it might otherwise be, because you'll have gotten some of your homework assignments done today as opposed to when nobody was there to help you understand and ask questions. So, Mr. Lawson, can we get back? And so we're going to revert to item number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Earlier I was overly cognizant of time, and we kind of quickly got through it.
You had no faith in the chairman.
I felt like I was treading on the chairman. But given that, we have some extra time, and I figure we could get Mr. Ramachandran. I can't pronounce it right. I say Jitendra. We'll get him back for line 4. And I think we were looking to pick up on slide 8.
Y'all good with that?
Right here.
That's when Mrs.
That's where we stopped.
That's where Ms. Dunlop asked the question, going back to the thumbs up, thumbs down on slide 7. I think that's where we left it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So I will probably take a bit more time, and if I'm going too slow, please tell me, and if I'm going too fast, just let me know as well. So what I was, just as a refresher, what we looked at this morning was how we identify long-term risks and opportunities for Virginia's common transportation system, and how 10 global factors might impact the transportation system. So everything before this, so his first 7 slides focus primarily on what we see in data, what we see in literature, and things that we can glean from it that are not, for the lack of better word, not completely speculative. Then the question comes to the board as to when we see these impacts, what interpretation we want to make. So the risk and opportunity register is sort of a one-place shop where anyone can go and say, oh, is the Commonwealth taking care of X, Y, and Z? And they can look at it, and then they can say, okay, VDOT is aware of this risk, DRPT is aware of this risk, the Secretariat is aware of this risk. So just to give you an example, in 2021, there was a JLARC study, and they looked at everything. They had a pretty wide mandate, and their findings was that they looked at it and said, oh, they have all in one place, and they said it seems fine. Like we are properly accounting for all the things that we see on the horizon. So I will start with the macro trend that is related to flooding and the risks and opportunities related to that. Please keep in mind that they are not the risks and opportunities are not might seem very obvious, but they are not expected to be in a typical environment. They are not expected to be actions. That's where the strategic actions come in place. So first, we characterize how we see those numbers, and then we decide what actions to take. So for example, on this particular one, flooding risk, so there are 5 risks and opportunities. 3 are risk. Number 4 and 5 are opportunities. So the first one is that we can take proactive measures to mitigate and eliminate, in some instances, risks due to flooding. We can, we can take other steps to increase preparedness related to extreme heat and other factors that might be present. So just to give you an example, there are states where during summer months, the workers are not allowed, if the temperature increases, above certain degrees, construction work stops. So it, just as during winter months, we take into account delays in construction due to weather events, they take into account delays due to extreme heat. So there are those two opportunities that exist. Now, mind you, these are all decided by the board in 2021, and you might have a different take on it, and that is the opportunity for this board. So as for then moving on to the...
Denner, can you go backwards?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Are your logos reversed?
Oh, that's right. Yes, logos are reversed.
Thank you.
Good catch. Thank you.
The bright sunshiny should be the second
4
one,
and 5,
and the
yes.
caution should be the first one.
Yes. Good catch.
Very much. Sorry, folks, I missed that before.
The next one is related to automated vehicles, electric vehicles, and e-commerce. So the wear and tear of transportation due to increased vehicle miles traveled and increase in average vehicle weight. Again, this is based on the data that we saw in 2021 and the interpretation the board had at the time. Below that is related to connected and automated vehicles. By the way, in this case, we are primarily using the term automated vehicles, not connected vehicles. So it was to improve, we need to improve the state's ability to manage transportation system with a high number of highly autonomous vehicles. So what Ms. McGee presented was one of the steps that you saw towards that. There is an opportunity to maximize safety benefits that are offered by highly autonomous vehicles, especially with the automated driving systems. And you will see some of these impacts later. The increase in VMT was seen as a risk to the system, and please keep in mind, and to Ms. Dunlop's question earlier, it was based over and above what we expect to see in terms of economic growth. So this is not hindering economic growth over and above. For each unit of economic activity, there is more vehicle miles traveled. And then related to electric vehicle, number 10 is that it helps us minimize environmental impact of transportation system development and usage, I should say. The next 9 are related to different trends. So for example, related to the shared mobility and e-commerce, the risk is the increased curb access conflicts in urbanized areas. So I don't know how many of you have seen traffic being jammed because there is a delivery vehicle parked in the rightmost lane. This is a big issue in urbanized areas. In fact, it is an emerging planning issue. There are transportation agencies that have designated sections focused on curb management, because curb issues are not only related to the delivery of vehicles, but they are also related to the shared mobility. Because if you can think of it, there is only that much room between the face of the curb on the road and the right-of-way, private right-of-way. That gets utilized for scooters, bicyclists, that gets utilized by pedestrians, that is used oftentimes as a temporary loading stations in many instances. And that is particularly an issue when it is used for pickup and drop-offs of Ubers and Lyft. So you have seen some, for example, at airports, there are designated pickup drop-off areas. Initially, when Ubers and Lyft came, these transportation network companies, there were no designated areas, and they saw these conflicts emerge, and they designated areas. So similarly, there are issues that are impacting transportation systems, and this is primarily focused on dense urban areas, but then there are, in rural areas, if I may speculate on this particular instance, vehicles stopping in the middle of a road, 2-lane road, to drop off something may not be ideal either. So that is number 11.
Can I speak to a
Yes,
couple of
sir.
things there? So, yesterday, there was a fairly substantial article, I think it was yesterday, in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, that was talking about that in the city of Richmond. And that illustration I love to use on the bike lanes with the one-way and the two-way bike lanes is on Franklin Street. And they were talking about Franklin Street. And Franklin Street, I think, has the sort of as a focus of the enforcement as well. But they were talking about the fact that people park in it, the delivery vans park in it, you know, and I see that. I also see things that we used to talk about like in New York City, like double parking, right? What is double parking? Like people just park in the road, put their flashes on and go in somewhere. And I got to tell you, a lot of this is just sort of societal and enforcement. You know, and I'm going to digress a little bit, but as you know, we've had more access, there's been more availability to use cameras and speed devices and so forth in various places in the Commonwealth with new legislation that's opened some of that up. And where we had work zones, and, you know, we've got that in high impact areas like work zones and school zones and others. But as you may know, there's been some work out on 64, and there are photo enforcement on 64 now in New Kent County and other places. And as somebody who runs that road a fair amount of time, and y'all run whatever roads you run, you know, the average speed has got to be 10 miles above the speed limit going down the road. Has to be, at least. And I always thought, like, you know, if you're going 60, you might be safe at 66. But if you're at 71, you're not, and I mean safe from enforcement, not safe from true safety, but you might be safe from enforcement. But now, like, everybody does that. Like, if you're 10 miles over the speed limit on the interstate, you're the last guy in line. I mean, it's amazing to me. And as you drive around the city, I didn't see people double parking and I didn't see that 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 years ago. And now it's like all the time. And it's like the whole enforcement thing has not been able to keep up with the behavior. And so I use this dumb illustration with people all the time where I say, you know, if the world declared tomorrow that every jewelry store that got robbed tomorrow, nothing would happen, there'd be no consequences, how many jewelry stores would be robbed? And there's only one answer, and the answer is every one of them would be robbed. That's unfortunately the society that we live in. So that's one thing to talk about a jewelry store and having it robbed, but it's another thing to talk about this. And the point is, it's sort of the same. I mean, people just drive, the enforcement is not able to keep up with the driver behavior that I see. And people just park in the middle of the road and turn the lights on and go away for 15 minutes as if I'm entitled. I put my lights on, hello. And if you gave them a $500 ticket and towed them out of there, they'd quit doing it. But we're just not, you know, we've just been allowed to get worse and worse, and the speed is part of that problem. And listen, you know, we had this great thing up at DMV a month or so ago where we put this 40-foot blow-up thing off, and we talked about getting hit. The difference between getting hit at 40 and 50 was like, you know, falling off a 40-foot building or something. There's some, you know, it's not arithmetic, right? You get hit at 2 miles an hour, it's not like getting hit at 20 miles. It's not 10 times at 20. It's a lot more than that. It's geometrically exponential. And so these cars are going down the highway, and it's 70, and they're doing 85 routinely, and something happens, it's really bad. And then half the people don't have their seatbelts on, and it's going to be really bad for them. But I just see more and more and more sort of disregard for what the rules and what the laws are. And it's like, as long as we can get away with it, we're doing it. Back to the jewelry store. If we can get away with it, we're doing it. And they're letting us get away with it, so we're doing it. So these speed things, you know, I can't remember the number. But New Kent, when they started this program, they took about a month. And and they just sent out warnings. And then sometime in August or September, maybe September 1, it became not a warning, but a citation. I don't know what you call it, because it's not law enforcement. It's you either pay the $100 or you go to court and tell the judge. And if you pay the $100, it all goes away. They get your $100. There's nothing on your license. There's no impact. You just pay $100 and move on. Thousands of them. You're going to these cities where they've got, these speed cameras or these enforcement cameras. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of infractions all the time. And you sort of go like, wow. The percentage, as I said on the interstate, the percentage of people that drive the speed limit in my little anecdotal world is, what is it, Rex? 10%, 20%, maybe? Ms. Sellers, what do you think it is?
Come to Northern Virginia, get on the hot lanes.
There you go, folks. So, so now we introduce a lot of bicycles and scooters and skateboards, and we put up some white things and say, don't do this, and
Hey, Shep, I
Mr.
will say,
Stanton.
yesterday, coming up here, the traffic was going 60 miles an hour in those two work zones.
Yes, they learned, because there was enforcement. Exactly, it works.
It works.
And,
It's
a lot of
the
us.
first time I've ever seen it, because generally speaking, it's 70, 75 miles an hour.
The best part,
In the work zone.
I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but the best part is, if you use Waze or all those kinds of things, people try to tell you where the situations are. And right now on the interstate, in those work zones on 64, we have VDOT trailers that have a solar array and a flashing sign with lights when the work zone is active with the variable speed limit. And it says photo enforced. And there's a round camera and a solar display and a flashing thing that says 60, and underneath it says photo enforced. Most people think those are the cameras. They're not. Those are the VDOT cameras. The regular cameras, right? They're not the photo enforcement cameras. They're separate photo enforcement cameras other places that you may or may not see. So everybody's going by the VDOT ones thinking they're photo enforcement, and if you have Waze, it says photo enforcement, speed camera ahead, and you get there and it's the VDOT camera. I said, no, not really, and keep going and keep going. But the point is, I can't tell you how many thousands of tickets or citations or whatever you call them. It's unbelievable how many they're writing. And what we want to do, some of us in transportation want to do, listen, I'm not afraid of enforcement. If you don't want the penalty, don't do the crime. Slow down. But you also don't want to sort of over-enforce and, sort of do that thing. And and a lot of us have a problem with a camera looking at us everywhere we are. But I got to tell you, there are cameras everywhere. That's why they caught that guy so fast the other day. There are cameras everywhere, folks. Private cameras, public cameras are everywhere. But at the end of the day, we're just not following the laws, folks. And it's creating a lot of problems. And I'm hopeful that the photo enforcement will have a seriously dampening effect on this. Because at the end of the day, it's not that you're driving fast. It's that it's unsafe and people get killed. I mean, I don't care how fast you drive if nothing happens, if you don't create any problem, I don't care. But that's not what happens. Mr. Davis.
So, yeah, to the commissioner's point, I was recently briefed on this. It's in excess of 2,000 tickets a day through the New Kent.
2,000 a day,
Yeah.
at $100.
Yeah.
12,000 last week.
Okay, so what's that number? What's 12,000 times 100? $1.2 million. In a week. And guess where the money goes? New Kent.
So additionally, in light of that, so we've talked a little bit about the vehicle miles traveled. And I do think that some of our last mile deliveries and our, the third-party aggregators for delivery, whether it's DoorDash
FedEx
or
or
Uber, and I'm not picking on any of those folks. But I think it's changed the nature of the folks that are actually doing the driving, where if I get in my car, I'm going to the store, I'm gonna make a trip, I'm gonna diligently get from my house to the store and back, where now we've turned that task over to someone else that's got 17
Exactly, and they're in a
of
hurry.
me asking to get the stuff there quickly. And so I think that yields people that cut corners and take chances.
Absolutely.
Very aggressive driving, perhaps in some cases where they're on a deadline, and it just changed the nature of the
Where they
driverscape.
park, where they keep their cars,
Where
where
they
they
park.
park, where they double parked.
Yes.
And they were talking
So-
about FedEx and Amazon and these. And a lot of these, as you know, with FedEx and Amazon are not FedEx and Amazon. They're contracted out to third parties that are doing it for FedEx and Amazon. Now, they're still complicit because they contract for them, but yeah, no question. And what we saw when we were talking about these factors earlier with e-commerce, right? Right? Well, that's generating all this, right? You got to get it to us.
Right.
Now, and not to be silly about it, but we're trying to figure out the drone thing, right? We just can't have drones flying all over the place delivering stuff. It's the same problem, right? So we're trying to write the rules of the road in the air at the same time. So it's a lot, we're putting more pressure on it. Society's putting more pressure on it. But at the same time, it's become routine to sort of ignore the law. And if you can get away with it, get away with it. And that, it's always been there. But it seems to me there's a lot more of it now. I mean, that's anecdotal, it's not scientific, but it seems to me that's the case. And if that is the case, we need to get it in check before it gets really out of control. Mr. Lawson.
To your point then, and here we are working on VTrans, how do we quantify that? Because it seems like, following with Mr. Davis's comment, we used to go out and get it done on one trip. Now we think nothing of ordering from five different groups, and what the heck, let them do it. And it is an exponential thing. How do we quantify that? Because I think what you're sensing is very real, and the reason for the double parking is it's because that many more. And as we look ahead,
They're on the clock, right? And they gotta get it done.
20 years, my goodness, we can't count that high.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's talk smooth.
And Steve, you can maybe have better data, but I was told by someone in VDOT that we are now in a situation where the average traffic per resident of any location is about 10 trips a day. That's going and coming, so, divide it by 2 in a sense. But when you add in deliveries, the person going to work and coming back from work or going to the store, and this, that, and the other, it is at least 10 trips per day per person, not per residence, but per person in that residence.
Ram Chandani, please.
So, Mr. Secretary, to Mr. Lawson's point, how do we quantify it? So I think the quantification is one thing. The other thing is that there is a strategic action related to that, developing curb management practices, and there are entities that are looking at it much more deliberately. One of the things I omitted was one of the biggest users of curb is transit agencies, where the bus stops are located, that are where the buses pull in, where passengers get on and off the bus. So these things come in conflict with not only the vehicular traffic creating unsafe conditions, they also come in conflict with state-funded systems in different places. So, but it does require just, from what I recall 4 years ago, generally, I was told VDOT does not manage things beyond the curb. So it is left up to the cities, and please correct me if anyone has a different recollection, it is left up to the cities to manage these things differently. So essentially, we have a transportation system. Unlike other states, many states, we have one of the largest state-managed transportation system where the curbside activities are impacting the system and where we have very little to no control. And I think that's a challenge, and that requires,
Yeah, we're sharing governance, you know, cities have their own control, and a couple counties do, and so forth and so on. I will tell you, the article focused on where I live. They indicated that their non-police traffic enforcement only enforces this stuff in parts of the cities. And they go to the places, I guess, that are worse, but East Franklin Street that I live on side on, is one of those. I can tell you the enforcement's pretty good. So there's spaces on the street that you can park between 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock at night and 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 a.m. And I see the tow trucks at 7:15, and they tow you out of there. And I see the boots going on cars too, you know, on my street. They're using boots and they're using tow trucks. It doesn't take many times for that to happen to you, for you to get the message, right? So the enforcement's the only reason it's changing, because the people would do it if it wasn't enforced. But the boots are going on cars, and the towings are happening at 7:10 and 7:15, and, you know, you don't want to be towed in the city. It's not a good experience. But that's all because of enforcement, because they're doing it. They're just not doing it if the pain's too high. That's her.
Mr.
Let's go
Secretary,
12.
the next one is related to, again, the shared mobility. So the growth, number 12, the growth of shared mobility does not provide measurable transportation system benefits. So one of the things that we looked at in data is that an Uber trip or a Lyft trip is still a trip in a car. And when those vehicles are not transporting individuals, they are circling the city. The micromobility, which is the scooters, electric bikes, the research suggests a large portion of those are replacing essentially walk trips. So someone would have walked a mile, now they are taking a scooter. So we have these impacts that provide, that we have some impacts of these technologies that are sometimes beneficiary, but then at other times they are sort of cancel itself out. The benefits of these systems are largely, according to the research, related to the population segments that have credit cards and can have access to certain financial instruments. So to be able to use, to rent a scooter or to hire a scooter from a dock, you need a credit card or some form of a financial instrument. So that is related to one of the, it is not accessible to all segments of the population. It can help improve mobility. So in places where individuals do not have cars, need places to go to. I live in one of the suburbs of Richmond, and in my suburban area where one would not expect any scooters or electric bikes, I see individuals going places and sometimes even having a bag of grocery in their hand on their scooter, electric scooter. And so, so in other words, it does provide some mobility benefits to those who may not have access to cars, but then there are some trade-offs as well. Just in terms of the sheer numbers, these micromobility devices, they are so large in numbers. I forgot the number. In 2021, it was in tens of millions, number of electric scooters or electric bikes. So it's a large number that one has to deal with.
Ms. Sellers.
Yeah, talking about the scooters, Loudoun County is doing some enforcement because they're having, this is the only one I've heard of, because they're having so many problems with the scooters and the bikes.
Yeah, well,
Just the
let me ask you a
injuries.
question. So where are the scooters allowed? Are they allowed on the sidewalks? Are they allowed in the bike lanes? Are they allowed in the
I feel
regular
like
lanes?
I'm just gonna have to not respond because it's gonna be incriminating.
Exactly.
I have no idea.
That's the problem, folks. We're on a transportation board, right? We're allocating billions of dollars to transportation projects. And I ask a simple question. Now, I understand it can be different localities, have a little different rules. But where are they allowed? Does anybody know? Nobody knows. So we're pushing more in there without people understanding what the rules are or making them abide by the rules.
Same thing for golf carts.
And like, what do you think's gonna happen? I love the thing about 3-4 months ago, I read an article in Washington DC, I think it was in Rock Creek Park, one of the trails up in that northwest part of DC, I think it was. And they now have law enforcement out there with radar guns to slow the bicycles down. Because the walkers and the runners say the bicycles are going too fast. I mean, how about that? So like,
Mr. Chairman, they're not wearing helmets. They're going 35, 40 miles an hour.
with a bag of stuff. And somebody on the back two-wheeling,
And they're not
And you don't
renting
think we're gonna
them.
have more problems? Of course we're gonna have more problems.
Yeah, they're not renting them. You can buy them for relatively cheap. You can get an e-bike right now for like $250. If you
You
can't
can do a
afford a
prepaid
car.
card on scooters too. You can go buy, a prepaid card and ride the scooter. You don't have to have a credit card.
No, people just buy them flat. I mean, a scooter
Well, that
costs
too, yeah.
$100.
Yeah. So anyway, I hate to drone on about it, but the point is, we're pushing all this more kinds of mobility, and we're not managing it very well. We're neither, we don't have great rules and laws sometimes. Even if we do, we don't educate people about them very well, and then we don't enforce very well. So what do you think's gonna happen? Of course what's gonna happen. We know what's gonna happen. All right, sir.
Mr. Secretary, to your point, where are these allowed? So I was reading an article yesterday or day before, and if memory serves me well, I think it said the number of incidents or crashes involving scooters increased by 80%, and I forgot the jurisdiction. But there are, I think, so the problem, as the board is looking at these things, please keep in mind that these things were put together by the board in 2021, and you might have things that you want to add. There might be things that you may want to say are not as relevant, emphasize certain things, de-emphasize others. And the place where to take action is the strategic actions, the piece that we come after that. And just one simple example, based on this, one of the things we were doing, there was a strategic actions related to this, and we wanted to know how many crashes in Virginia involved scooters. Well, as it turns out, there is no clear answer because the form that the police officers have to check does not have that. So unless a police officer made a note and we had to search through that, it would not. So there are these simple fixes if you want to get a better sense of what is happening on our system, to work within the system to at least get a better handle of these matters. But that's where the board and the strategic actions come in.
And how many aren't reported? Gazillions. Every time somebody crashes a Lime scooter, it's not reported to the police, believe me. I mean, or a bicycle for that matter. Now, if there's a car and okay, somebody gets hurt, then it probably gets reported, but seriously hurt. All right, sir, keep going.
Yes. So I will not go through all of them, but there are 19 in total, and I will just highlight the number 16, for example, e-commerce. So you have already seen this. The board has already had a couple of projects that are related to warehouse distribution centers coming in. If you go up and down I-81 corridor north of 64, you will see them pretty much everywhere on both sides of the road. These large warehouse distribution centers that have that attract a very disproportionately high number of heavy vehicles that have very unique characteristics as far as maneuverability is concerned. And these sometimes vehicles are going on a 2-lane road, 200 of them, to a warehouse center that is located off of an interstate.
But I would tell you those are the easy ones, right? You build a distribution center, you build a warehouse, you know what you need to do, you know how many trucks are coming in, you know how many trucks are going out. It's all sort of information that is easy to get a handle on. Now, when they have 2,000 vehicles that go all over the city, all over the place, and buzz around all over the place, or all over the town or whatever, that's a whole different matter because you don't know exactly, it's not concentrated. It's not as easy to deal with. So we're talking about in a city, for example, you got all these delivery vans, now they've just exploded in numbers. And they're all over the place, and they're businesses, so they're trying to get it done. And they create all these issues, which is why this newspaper article was written. But that's a lot harder to deal with than the one you're talking about. Still, I mean, still hard, expensive, but it's simpler to understand and put your arms around. I mean, that's what we're doing up at 211 on the interstate, on 64. I mean, we've got AutoZone, we've got Target, we've got Matin building millions of square feet, we've got Buc-ee's coming in there. We know what's going to happen there, right? We can project and predict that, and we can build and operate what we need to do accordingly. That's an easier, it's all one place, we can see it, we know it, it could be expensive and take some time to do, but it's pretty simple to figure out in some respects. But this other stuff is not so simple, because it's everywhere and all over the place. And we don't have good rules, or they're not enforced. Sir?
For 16, I mean, we already do that. Whenever you're doing a new project, you're doing the IT manual. And so we take care of the warehouse distribution. They build
We
that.
tend to.
But it's going back to
Not
your-
100% though. I mean, localities can build a distribution warehouse and without taking us in consideration. They can do it all the time. They just change their zoning, somebody builds it, and then they come to us and say, oh, we got a problem.
When VDOT is a reviewing agency, they're not shy, and we have to build those things in. You're back to 11, though. It's when those guys leave the last mile, where are they parking, and so on. But, so I think you're okay on that. I'm curious on 18, workplace flexibility. This was done in 21. Aren't we seeing more people going back to work? I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
Listen, if you were 100% about keeping people off the roads, and that's all you cared about, you try to get as many people work from home as you could.
Sure.
That's what you do.
But who are we as government? I'm saying
100%.
that's changing, and
Our
it has changed a
administration
lot
has not
since
been about
21.
that. Our administration has been about a different balance that recognizes the degradation of the quality and of the product, if you will, that happens when you don't have that same collaboration, that same connectivity. And we think in some cases that's substantially worse than the impact of having people on the roads going back and forth twice a day.
I agree. That's why I
So,
wouldn't,
yeah, so exactly.
I wouldn't
We
try to
may- we-
maximize that.
we
I'd
may
rather
not try-
they
yeah,
get to
exactly.
work and meet
And
with
so we're
one
not
another.
endorsing these, we're showing you what's there.
Okay.
Right, and our job is to think about it just like you've done, Mr. Lawson. Think about it like that, and then come back and say, well, Ms. Green.
I'm not sure whether this shows up or not, but school lanes, every locality that I have, there's a huge difference in people dropping off children, picking up children, and lanes aren't built and equipped for that. And I hear it everywhere in rural areas. So I don't know how it impacts urban, but the difference in transportation for schools and things has changed drastically.
And I only have my own anecdotal. The school I went to that I still live down the street from, when they didn't have any drop-off lanes when it was first built. And now, like, they got a really big one, right? They had sort of an interim one, and they had to build a new school, and they put a big one in there. So I'm sure there's more of that, I think it depends on where it is and how it impacts everybody else. I mean, if you have enough space and you're off the road, if you don't, you're on the road and it's in our jurisdiction. Cities aren't in our jurisdiction. I mean, it's I hate to say it, but it's a city problem there. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, there's more of that now than there was. There's no question about it. Yes, Ms. Dunlop.
Thank you for giving us more time on this. This is very helpful for those of us who've been around for a short time. Is VDOT's responsibility, from what I understood you just to say, it's not city streets? So East Franklin would not be...
Generally speaking, there's a few exceptions, but the roads in the cities belongs to the cities. We give them money, We have some rules. It depends on how some things are done. But generally speaking, the roads in the city belong to the city, and they have their own deal. County roads are ours,
Yeah.
except for Arlington and Enrico, who do their own roads. And we still have some roads in those counties, right? Some of them. So,
when we talk about number 11, the increased curb access conflicts, which I, believe you me, understand and hate, how much of that is quote-unquote a VDOT problem?
it is, if you go to Northern Virginia,
Yeah.
Fairfax City is minuscule, Fairfax County is really large. It's urbanized. Depends on where you are, right?
That actually is a problem, that is a VDOT problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Same thing in Chesterfield, same thing, you know, counties that are more like cities in terms of their density and how they operate, we see the same problems there that you'd see in a city.
And then with respect to the issue about flooding, I mean, it says a large number of the state's roadways are at risk of flooding.
It probably should say a larger number than before. So if you go back to the slide, it's unnumbered on mine, but it's 7. Go back to 7. Jitender, can you go back to 7? One back.
Up and down.
There you go. At the bottom, right? Number of at-risk miles from flooding, you see sea level rise impact, you see storm surge impact, and then you see the inland impact. And the inland impact is classically, you know, the last Southwest Virginia issue that we had, where it took out, you know, 58 and a bunch of others, you know, bridges and roads and, you know, shut them down, took them out. I mean, it's been, you know, a disaster.
So this is really a disaster question here, as opposed to
Well, it's so.
flooding,
Well, it's how do you
snowstorms.
build and protect those places? So like 58, so if we went and toured 58 the day after this happened. It was devastated, right? And it looks fine when it's not bad because it's just a little creek. And when the little creek turned into a raging river, it didn't work so well. So it's gonna turn into a raging river again, right? That same situation happens again with the same amount of rain in the same place. You're gonna have that. So how do you guard against the impact of that? So we need to figure that out. And where I live, where you're barely above sea level, and I've lived there my whole life, so I have my own anecdotal view, the streets flood way more often, a little bit, not massive floods, but a little bit, where you're talking about a foot of water, way more often than it used to. It comes over the bulkhead when it didn't used to, right? So I can't measure it, and it's not like sea levels come up a foot. If it came up a foot, it'd be like, you know, we'd really know it. But these things are happening more and more often, and they're coming
Is
over
it just flooding, or is it snowstorms and?
Well, it can be snow too. I mean, you know.
So it's a weather-
We're
these are
$400 million over our budget because of snowstorms. and
Number
all
of
this
miles impacted
stuff.
by
The snow gets
weather.
pretty important to us, right? Yeah, so it's weather. It's the changing impacts on the transportation system because of weather. And listen, we can debate all day long, and it's a great debate as to why it's happening or what you can do about it. But if you live where I live, if you've seen what I see, you know it's happened. You're just not exactly sure why and exactly sure what to do about it. That's all for debate, but the fact that it's happening is happening.
I can assure you, where I live, weather impacts our roads as well, so.
Yeah, but is
it's
it
not just-
substantially worse? That's what I'm saying. We've seen a substantial change, right? And how many times that Hampton Boulevard floods out, which is the main thoroughfare from the base to downtown through Old Dominion. We see a substantial change on how many times that road is flooded. And, I mean, it's obscene in a way, but the way the insurance and FEMA and all this stuff works, they're taking these houses that have suffered flood because we weren't built for that, and they're raising them like 8 feet in the air. And you go down the road, and there's like, you know, little house, and then there's a house like 8 feet on an 8-foot foundation. You're like, what is that? Well, that is, if you want the money to rebuild it, you got to build, I think that's extreme. I'm like, well, oh, that's great, because if it gets 8 feet, then the world has come to an end. What difference does it make? Why don't you just make them 3 or 4 feet, do something more reasonable, but that's not what they do. So, I mean, it's literally, it's 8 feet tall. Steve sees it, it's like bizarre. And that's what they make you do. I'm like, okay. Well, the whole rest of the whole Hampton Roads is underwater, folks. So it's really nice that I got a 3 feet down to the water because there's nothing else left.
Right.
Like, what difference does it make? Anyway, so it is happening more regularly, and I can't tell you exactly why, and I can't tell you exactly what to do about it, but I know it's happening.
Yeah, but it's really the weather, because it happens all over the
It's the
state,
weather.
yeah.
The weather has changed. It's changing. And listen, that's the way, that's what it's done historically. I mean, we had ice ages, and we had glaciers, and we had no glaciers. And, you know, where my farm is on the Rappahannock River, I'm probably 50 feet above the river at one place on my farm. And if you dig down 10 feet, which the stream beds have done, I've got gazillions of fossils that are 10 million years old. That means the ocean was above that land, right? And I'm talking 50 feet above the river, and the ocean was on top of that, right? And I can pick up pieces of coral, scallop shells as big as your hand, and there's thousands of them. Ear bone of a whale. So the ocean was above that land. A long time ago, but it changes. Ms. Sellers.
Switch back and bring up what Ms. Green was talking about with schools. I don't think it's just about the number of car riders, but when a school is introduced, you have a whole traffic pattern shift. And we see more kids riding these scooters to school. And at least at some of them that are in Stafford and Spotsylvania, and the one closest to my house, we've had 2 children have to be medevaced out of that area from being hit by vehicles in the last year. And so I don't know how we put it on here, but schools in and of themselves should be a consideration because they do come with, you know, you have parents who are dropping kids off, but then you have kids who can be erratic anyway. And yeah.
That's why the General Assembly has put in these provisions to allow some enforcement in school zones for exactly that reason. And it depends on where you live, Ms. Sellers. You know, in Norfolk, unfortunately, we're closing 8 schools. When I was a kid, our population was 312,000 people, and now it's 250.
And that's as expensive. I used to tell folks in Stafford when they would get on us about growth, I would say it's as expensive to close a school as it is to open a school.
So those schools are going to go away, and the students will go other places with them. They won't be there anymore. But in any case, Jitendra, can you continue?
So, Mr. Secretary, I will just touch upon the last one, which is number 19. The transportation system and services are unable to meet the mobility needs of risk of Virginians 65 or older. That is characterized as a risk, and simply because it's the share of, it is not that, please keep in mind that this doesn't take into account the supply side. So DRPT already has programs in place, and they seem to be working well. This is only reflecting the fact that the share of Virginians that are age 65 or older is increasing, and it's increasing in rural areas where they have to go farther to access services, to do groceries for medical appointments and things of that sort. So that is a risk.
It's a huge risk. It's a risk of stretching the dollar further. I mean, that's the risk, right? We don't have enough money to satisfy the need. And I'll tell you, one of our frequent flyers is beating the drum about this right now as they found themselves in this situation. And they're advocating for more transit because that's what they need, because that's the situation they found themselves in. And when you go into the rural areas, it's tough. I mean, there's a group out in the valley that's been really active trying to get us to do more, and I understand it. But we only have so much money, folks, and you got to try to, you know, keep the whole system working as best it can. And it's hard and expensive when you get out and somebody's 15 or 18 miles away that wants to go somewhere, and you got to find a way to go get them and pick them up and take them there. That's a lot different than a dense system that can move a lot of people a shorter distance. And so it's hard to do, but, you know, and the question is, how much of that are you able and willing to do? Because, you know, going back to the school thing, and I don't advocate a return to the old days per se, but that same school I was talking about, when I went there, they didn't have air conditioning, right? Air conditioning didn't exist. They had fans, and we opened the windows, and we still went to school, right? Freddie said he didn't even have fans. Well, Freddie's a year older than I am, so they didn't have fans till I got there. But my point is, our expectation changes, situations change, and we have to adapt to them, whether it's a school and whether it's scooters or whatever it is. We're not going to stop that. We got to figure ways to adapt to it. That's what this is about. This is about seeing those trends that are coming and being thoughtful about it. It's no different than me talking about automated vehicles till I'm blue in the face. That is coming, and I can't tell you exactly, but I can give you a range, and no, it's not 5 years, Kathy. I've never said that, but it's not 100 either. And it's probably not 75. It's likely you're going to see a huge bend in about 25 or 30 years. You'll see a huge difference, huge. And it's coming, and we got to get ahead of it, right? So that's what this is about. Big trends, things that we have to deal with, how it informs what we do, what kind of policies make, and how we spend our money. And listen, I've said it again. I'll say it again. This is not going to be perfect. Don't expect it to be perfect. And everybody's going to want to hang more ornaments on it and take some off. Just, you know, we got to get to a place that we've got a good product to help guide us. And it will never be perfect, but we can always amend it and make it better as time goes on, as we learn more stuff. And oh, by the way, just because we have to produce it every 4 years doesn't mean you can only produce it every 4 years. If this board want to go back in and monkey with this 2 years from now, the board has every right to go do that, right? So if we saw some fundamental shift that we hadn't thought about, either positive or negative, go back in and rejigger it, right? Fix it. All right, sir.
Secretary, members of the board, so this was an overview of the 19 risks and opportunities. The request would be, given the short time we have to get ready for the October meeting, if you have any thoughts, we will be going through some of the comments that you had today. But in addition to those, if you have any comments or suggestions, please, if you can share over the next 2 weeks so that we can review them, get them circulated internally, and have them ready in time for the October workshop presentation, that would be greatly helpful. So the Secretary mentioned, moving to the next slide, that the board doesn't have to see this, change this every 2 years. The board can change it at any time it wishes to do so. The policy is development and monitoring of long-term risks and opportunity. So it is the monitoring piece that the Secretary was referring to. And in the risk register, the policy, board policy, there are sort of trend trackers that are identified that can be monitored and shared with the board to see how those trends are moving year over year, or every few years. So I will quickly go through the slides, given that there are many of them, but for each trend, there are some trend trackers that we identified in 2021, and we probably will have a few modifications to those at the October meeting as well. So just to give you an example, just the number of directional miles that are at risk from sea level rise, from different storm surge, the market penetration of semi-autonomous vehicles, the number of electric vehicles. So just to give you an example, in 2022, we conducted a public opinion survey, and one of the survey questions was related to it was getting to the attitude and preferences for adoption of electric vehicles. It asked questions about whether you own an electric vehicle, how many you own. It asks the same question about whether you use rideshare service such as Uber or Lyft, so that we have a better sense of what the market penetration is, and we can keep track of that over time. So I will not go through all of these because they are very technical in nature, but there is the component related to the monitoring of the risk register that the board develops.
You know, if we were sitting here in 2010 when I joined this board, how many times would we be talking about the number of short-range drone deliveries versus the number of long-range drone deliveries? Think about it. All right, so call me in 35 years. I want to know what we're talking about then.
I want to know where you'll be.
Well, I got a lot of hope, Freddie, and I'm working real hard.
Mr. Chairman, so with these trend
Ms.
trackers.
Sellers, yes, go ahead.
So is the goal to eventually transition them from a long-term goal into like a actual midterm, short-term need? Or?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Sellers, these are just for us to monitor. So it's simply like, I want, there are these apps to see how much you spent in last month. So that aggregates all the credit cards and bank accounts, and it tells you. So it is nothing more than that app that tells you in the last month you spent that much. And here it just says our number of miles that were at risk from sea level rise went up by a certain number. The number of drone deliveries went up by a certain number. Number of electric vehicles in Virginia grew by 10% year over year. So it is simply providing you sort of a data point, and we are continuously monitoring. One of the reasons we are monitoring, as the Secretary said earlier, we may come back to the board and say this is no longer a factor that we thought it was, and in 2 years, the board may decide that, hey, this risk doesn't apply.
So I think, Ms.
something-
Sellers, what we're trying to say in this exercise is here things that we see as megatrends and macrotrends. These are where things are evolving to. And we're not exactly sure where they're going to end up, but here's the way we're going to watch them as they evolve, so that as we see changes up or down, going back to the some of the ones that went up and some of the ones that went down, we can adapt our policies at that time to reflect the changing landscape that we're operating in. So these are like a bunch of things to keep an eye on and that should guide us in terms of what we're looking out for as we continue to program money and do projects. And so it may not be a huge issue today, but if we see it on a curve like that, we know by the time it gets here, it's going to be a pretty big issue, then we want to know that and start to adapt to that as it happens. No different than sort of forecasting anything that you think is coming and then keeping an eye on it to know where it is. So that's what the process is really about. And so these trackers are the things that we would look at to help inform those concerns that we have. Concerns meaning things that would move us one way or another in our policies, right? It could be good concerns, if you will, or it could be negative concerns. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm just not sure that these trend trackers are going to capture that in the same way that I think we think they are. And I look at some of them and like the aging population. Like 65 and older is not the same metric used in land use discussions. It's 55 and older. So, and there's just different ways of capturing the data. So understanding what we're going to use with this data or how we're going to use the data, I think would help me understand why we're capturing some of these things, if that makes sense.
Well, if you back up to the macro trends and the descriptions, then those things are what drive you into your trackers because they're tracking what you said before. So if you get rid of one of these macro trends, right, and you're no longer concerned about it, then the trackers that you're using to track it would go away. If you don't think we have the right trackers, but you think the trend is real, then you'd look at a different tracker. But when we see back on page 6, when we looked at climate, and we looked at increase in flooding risk. We see a trend for an increase in flooding risk, right? So we see that now. We've identified that as a macro trend. All right, how do we track that to know how we're doing? Is it a trend that's like this? Is it a trend that's like that? Is it going down? Is it going up and now it's coming down again? Where is it? Because if flooding was no longer an issue and it receded to what it was 40 years ago, then we shouldn't, and we thought it was going to continue like that, then why are we going to program money and time and effort into worrying about it? We're not. But as it gets more and more critical, we're going to do more and more because we see it's real and it's getting worse.
So my question to that would be, are there more lane miles in the flood risk because of sea level change, or is it because of poor planning? You know, did the local government allow whatever to happen here, and we put this road here that's in a flood zone? And, you know, to me,
Yes and yes.
we're attacking different problems.
Well, yeah, yes and yes, but you live in a newer community. I live in a very old community, and those roads have been there for 100 years. So the answer is yes. 100 years ago, they decided to put a road there. And oh, by the way, they filled in lots of creeks and lots of things and built on top of it. So yeah. But recently, no. So now the road's there. It's been there for 70 years, and now it's flooding more because the water's higher. What do you do?
Well, I would argue those are, again, two different problems, because at that time, we didn't have the technology we know now. But if today we're building a road where we know it's flood prone or has the potential to be flood prone, then we should be looking at land use practices. And you come into.
That's great when you're in Fredericksburg. It's not so great when you're in Hampton Roads. Where do you go that's not? I mean.
No, I know,
the
but
whole
those
thing's
are
at sea
legacy
level.
type things. But we do have projects that come in probably throughout the Commonwealth, but in Stafford and Spotsy and places. And myself, some of them I can look at and say, well, that area floods, we can't build a neighborhood there, or we don't want to build that there. But you get folks who've been there for hundreds of years, and they can look at it and say, you shouldn't build that there. The engineering may allow it because, things have changed.
That's great, but when you only have one place to go, so let me give you an example. Do we do that in Hampton Roads? Absolutely. Go look at the trestles for the new bridge tunnel. How much higher are they?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
25 feet higher. Right?
Higher.
They're a lot higher. Laskin Road, we redid that, remember a few years back, for example, exactly that reason. We built it higher, right? FEMA and my house illustration, I think they went way overboard. But are you going to build it back the way it was? No, because it's going to flood again. You're going to build it higher. But you go 8 feet high, or do you go 3 feet high? So those are the things that we got to deal with, because we're already there in parts of this Commonwealth. The roads and the things are there. We're improving them, and we got to do one from here to there. Well, I got to get over there. What do I do? How do I get there? We're fighting the Nimmo Road project in Virginia Beach right now. We got a very windy 2-lane road with ditches on both sides that's low level through a marsh. Is that going to flood? Yeah. And what happens when it's shut down? That's it. That's the only road in and out, except unless you can get through the dam neck base, which is troublesome for them and us. And so do you design knowing that? Yeah, but you still got to get there, right? You can't just stop. I still got to get to all those houses. I got to fix what I have. And if I got a new route, I got to take that in consideration, but I can't just wave it off, say we're not going to do that.
I understand the problems there, but we still see in other parts where projects are being
100%.
brought forward, and we know they're not in good locations, and
we
so
don't
that's a
control
different-
local land use decisions.
right, but
To Ty's point, we can have some impact on them. To Mr. Lawson's point, we can have some impact on them, but we don't control them. And that's, the commissioner can
has a
speak to
bigger
that.
issues than you
Mr.
might.
Secretary, I think this serves a broader conversation on resiliency. To Ms. Seller's point, our road system was predominantly built 1932. Most of our roads that we have in parts of the Commonwealth are in floodplains. They were built in floodplains. They knew that they were built in floodplains. And frankly, if we're going to take a look at resiliency from that standpoint, there is not enough money that we have, one, in the maintenance budget or the construction budget to create 100% resiliency in the network. And so I think as this dialogue continues, whether it be sea level rise, intensity of rainfall that impacts Southwest Virginia or other parts of the community or the Commonwealth, this needs to be that part of the dialogue of what are we going to do to be able to create resiliency. If it's in a floodplain, is there another way to get into that facility, or do you build resiliency into that particular roadway? But to the Secretary's point, if you're going to build a house on 8 feet and your roadway is going to be underwater, is it even worth making that infrastructure improvement? So those are some of those conversations that eventually this board is going to have to tackle because of either inundation in the Hampton Roads area, the Middle Peninsula, the Northern Neck, where we're going to start seeing inundation that's maybe it was an hour a day at 2 inches, now it's a foot for 4 hours, and it creates that inundation that maybe we're going to get to the point where we start abandoning the facility from a maintenance standpoint and say, no, it's not worth it. Or in other areas where we need to have those services and we need resiliency, then we're going to build up the road bed, but we're going to chase it for a long period of time because the tie-ins that are needed to be able to get the geometric profile of a road taken care of. These are going to be those discussions just for climate or resiliency in itself. So I think this warrants probably further conversation. The departments, I think the cabinet has the chief resiliency officer that's looking at resiliency at the cabinet level. The department's supporting those activities with some research or some work that we're doing in the resiliency component. But long story short, what we have is what we have. In speaking to the roadways that are in the floodplains, we're not going to move them. We know that we have to rebuild them and reconstruct them, and we might change some of the culvert size or the pipe sizes that we have. But there's a limited amount of relocation of facilities that we have to be able to create resiliency or build that so that we don't experience that flooding. The intensities of rainfall that we've had are exceeding 100-year storms and 200-year storms that we've had recently. Those are just changes. Are we going to see something change back and have that pendulum swing back and forth with our engineering standards? We're taking that into consideration of what is that right size of a pipe, what's the right size of a culvert, and just to be able to handle what we have today. But if we were going to upsize everything that we have, including the pipes out here on 95, there's not enough maintenance money. We might as well shut down the construction program, and I'm not advocating for that for everyone that's listening outside of this room, but just it's a sheer recognition that this is going to have to be a logical step and understand the order of magnitude of the funding that's going to be needed to be able to create resiliency just on the climate issue or the sea level rise or inundation or inland flooding that we have today. Not to mention the other 3 columns that you have on this slide.
Madam Mr. Secretary, if I may, in disaster mitigation response, there's a phrase that when someone says, hurricane came our way, I lived in Miami, so when somebody would say hurricane came our way, a researcher might say, well, you were in the way of hurricane. So it is a very common problem, and to what the commissioner said, there is a chief resiliency officer that is looking at across the state agencies. OIP is part of that effort along with VDOT. And one of the things they are working on a coastal resiliency master plan. And one of the things that they are looking at is the better coordination with local jurisdictions. That is what I know, and I know that they are aware of the issue that you just mentioned and are working on that as part of the Coastal Resilience Master Plan.
I think at the end of the day, Ms. Sellers, it is not perfect how localities can just do what they want to do in some cases, and I'm overstating that a little bit, in terms of land use. And then they say, come help me with the problem I created, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if you were the omnipotent dictator, if you will, and you could determine all this, you would do some things and not do others. But that's not the way we work here. We've got a decentralized system, and localities get to do their own land use planning. So they can decide to do things, and obviously there is some input, but they can do some things that mess stuff up, and then they scream and need help. And we you know, we don't. So until that changes, that's what we got to deal with, and we do it by watching these factors and trying to adjust what we do to take that in consideration. A lot of people would say that about 95. You let those communities grow too fast, you let them grow too close to the interstate, da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. We don't control that.
Secretary, that's kind of the impetus behind the question is, you know, what are we doing with the data? And we're not just collecting data, but there is.
What we're doing with the data is we're saying, if there's more of this and this road's going to flood more, then if we're going to build it back or we're going to improve it, we need to take that in consideration. If we're going to have more electric vehicles on the roads of Virginia, how do we provide for the electric vehicles? How do we deal, you know, this is above our pay grade here, but how do we deal with funding transportation, right? We've got a bunch of electric vehicles. The primary funding in transportation has been gas taxes. They use zero. So do we put it on, you know, all those things as they change, how do we deal with that? As e-commerce floods our streets with these kinds of things, how do we deal with that? So we're just saying, here are the things that we see coming. Here's what's changing from where we are today. Let's be smart enough to try to get ahead of it. And no, it's not going to be perfect, and we're going to miss some things, and we're going to overstate something and understate something. That's why I don't want us to try to grind to the nth degree on all these, as long as they generally capture what we think is out there, and they're reasonable things to track to see how it's moving and how it's changing, then that's what we want. And that's just a guide for the staff and for us as we look at things going forward. There's no question these changes are happening, right? There's no question. And then how fast, how long, that's a question. And what we do about them is a question. And how we track that is a question. So that's what we're talking about here.
So what we do about them, on that note, I will move to the strategic actions. So, you know, Deputy Secretary Lawson showed 4 pillars at the start of the presentation this morning. And we have vision, goals, and objectives, midterm needs that direct investments that are made through smart scale dollars, long-term risks and opportunity register. And then the question is, as the Secretary said, what do we do about them? So one thing to keep in mind that this report gets submitted to the General Assembly and to the Governor's Office. So there are 2 opportunities that come with it. One is to make the General Assembly that has delegated the responsibility to develop the transportation plan to the Commonwealth Transportation Board, to make them aware that these are the things that we are tracking, monitoring, and to show some strategic actions that are being taken by the agencies towards those risks and opportunities. So it's a way to communicate what is being done, not only the risk that there are risks and opportunities that exist. So I will not go through, again, all of them. I will try to bucket them, if that's all right. So the first, first 3 focus on the flooding risk. So one of the things in planning is that, you know, there is a regulation that requires planning, or development of a plan. But this is the form of planning where we go through a planning exercise and we identify weaknesses and gaps that exist, areas where we need to strengthen. So for example, the very first action, it says collect data on to accurately assess flooding risk for state and locally maintained roadways. And just to give you an example, back in 2018, when we started working on the flooding risk, along with several VDOT divisions, one of the challenges that we ran into is that 511 data, where someone can call in or incidents are reported of localized flooding, did not collect data for local jurisdictions in local jurisdictions that maintain their own roadways. So you had a huge gap in the Hampton Roads area, and you wonder, don't they have any flooding, roadway flooding? Well, they do. It's just that we did not have an accurate sense of it. And that is just an example, a very simple example of things that we found during the planning exercise. Then the board identify a strategic action, and VDOT is the lead agency on that, and said, we are going to be working on this issue, along with the two other issues as far as the policies for, the commissioner and the secretary mentioned reflecting risks in transportation asset cycles, and they already cited two examples where they have incorporated risks in the design of a couple of projects. The third is collaboration with local and regional agencies to systematically identify solutions for prioritization of dollars. So this was not, this was in context of what Secretary said earlier, that this is not only a VDOT issue. Department of Housing, DGS, which owns and maintains several state buildings throughout the Commonwealth, is dealing with the same thing. So there is a forum that is led by Department of Conservation and Recreation and Chief Resiliency Officer to continue collaboration with them to ensure that the transportation interests and issues are forefront of that plan. So first three are related actions that were developed in 2021. And you have a handout in your CDP packet, and that includes what the intent behind that action was, as well as the lead and support agencies. The next two are related to automations and things of that sort. So for example, number 4 is evaluate options to gather vehicle automation and capability data for states registered vehicles. And the example that I will cite is that it used to be that when you purchased Toyota RAV4 XLE, someone told you, you knew what the standard configuration is, right? Well, then comes Tesla. You can buy any Tesla you want, and at any time, the vehicle owner, in a direct transaction with the company, can increase the capability of that vehicle, the same vehicle, without the state being aware, right? So DMV, for example, collects data on vehicle sales. So this was more in terms of, do we know what the capabilities of vehicle fleet is in the Commonwealth? And so it is related to that, because now there is an avenue for manufacturers to deal directly with the consumer where there is no interface with the state. And the state may or may not have a complete sense of what is on the road as far as the vehicle capability is concerned. Number 5 was related to the roadmap for implementing foundational digital practices such as design, digital as-builds, information management system. Several of the items were already underway or have accelerated since then. Number 6 was evaluate and facilitate vehicle-to-infrastructure communications along limited access highways by the private sector. This was, at the time,
It's all about autonomous
Yes,
stuff. Actually, the last sort of 5, but 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all about, automation.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then 8 is about electric vehicles. Then you see 9 and 10. Jen's more of a policy thing, back to Ty's earlier question. And then 11, 12, and 13 are sort of the feedback loop, right? We're trying to see, back to what I talked about earlier, with Smart Scale and IOEP and the Safety Improvement Program and Merit that Ms. Robinson's been working on. Are they getting us what we wanted to get, right? That's our feedback loop. And then the pipeline studies and so forth, so. C13 is the dashboard to monitor the performance. So that, for me, all 11, 12, and 13 are sort of about the feedback, continuous improvement loop to see how we're doing and what we need to adjust. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Got you to 14.
Number 14 was evaluate and if feasible, integrate remaining application-based highway and transit capital funding programs. The intent at the time was there are a couple of avenues for different localities to apply for different funds. Smart Portal is one of the larger avenue for locality to apply for funds. For transit at the time, primarily transit, and there were a couple of programs that since then have been integrated into Smart Portal, were done differently, and the intent was to identify whether everything can be done in one place so that the localities, different jurisdictions know that if they are seeking state funds, they have one place to go for different funding opportunities. Number 15, was focused on roles and responsibilities of state transportation agencies. Again, I think as we discussed earlier, one of the clear examples was the state currently does not play a role in curb management. Is there a way to look at what we do, how we do, when we do things? And number 16 is essentially formalizing OIP's role in supporting and advising the CTB in the conduct of CTB business and development of transportation policy, which goes to the code language that is for VTrans. So those are the 16 strategic actions that the board came up with in 2021. Now, again, you may, as the board, decide that none of them are relevant, some of them are relevant, some of them need modifications. So the request for you all is to take a look at these. I know even though we spend more time on these today in the afternoon, there is probably a whole lot more that you may want to think about and react to. So the request is that as you see these things, and if you have any additional thoughts between now and over the next 2 weeks, please do share us through our Director, Deputy Secretary John Lawson, and so that we can evaluate them and have them ready for your consideration at the October meeting. And at the October, just to recap again, at the October meeting, our plan is to come back to you all with any changes that the staff has to the risk and opportunity register, as well as to the strategic actions, along with any suggestions that you all may have for your consideration. And if there are any modifications, then that will require a board action, and in which case we plan on coming back to you in December, keeping in mind that this plan needs to be submitted to the General Assembly and the Office of the Governor in December as well.
Questions? Mr. Minshew.
Mr. Secretary, I was not here in April, but I know there's the 4 pillars or 4 columns: vision, midterm, long-term, risk and opportunity, then strategic. There is a section in the state code that tells us what we're supposed to do in VTrans, and one is that we look at all of the corridors of statewide significance, regional networks, and urban development areas, and give an assessment of capacity needs. Was that already done back in April?
Through the Secretary, yes, sir. That policy was looked at, I believe last year. In April, it was the prioritization piece, how they are prioritized.
I'll give you some more on that.
Asking the question because I was trying to get to the steak and potatoes of what we're supposed to be doing in the statewide transportation plan, and one of them is that whatever are the corridors of statewide significance, we advise the incoming administration and General Assembly of what's the capacity needs for those corridors. That seems to be a pretty clear description of what we're supposed to do. And again, I wasn't here in April when it was discussed, but I just was wondering, will I have a chance to ever see that before it goes in the final December report?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Minshew, yes, and we can provide you, they are all available online as well, and we can provide you a link to that. And if you have any questions, we are available to answer those as well.
Mr. Minshew, when you're worried about the steak and potatoes, don't forget the vegetables, okay?
Sound like my mother, Mr. Secretary. Especially, Mr. Secretary, I note that there was something you said about 30 minutes ago that was interesting. I have a penchant for reading the code. It's a product of my training, I guess. But in 33.2, 353, there's some language that says, it is the intent of the General Assembly that this plan assess transportation needs and assign priorities to projects on a statewide basis, avoiding the production of a plan that is an aggregation of local, district, regional, and modal plans. That seems to be saying, focus on statewide issues. Don't feel like you have to make some kind of a shepherd's pie by bringing in all of these local plans. It's almost a clarion call for independence. That don't worry if we might offend a local government plan as we do the statewide plan.
We're in a Dillon state, sir. Dillon rule state, yes, sir. At the end of the day, listen. Most of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia owns the roads and the facilities. And it's our responsibility, this board, to do what we think is best for Virginia. And in locality, on whether it's a county, a town, or city, or whatever, a county or a town, could have a different view. But when they don't own the roads, they don't get to decide. They can have their view and they can put their 2 cents in, and we ought to be thoughtful about it. But you can have some ones that don't make sense from a Commonwealth's perspective, and our job is to do what makes sense for the Commonwealth's perspective. And sometimes they may not be fully aligned. And we're not supposed to just take everybody's stuff, throw it at the top, give money to each district, run out when you run out and move on. That's not our job. Anybody could do that, right? That's not our job. Our job is to take all this stuff, make sense of it given these big picture things that we have, make some sense of it, find the ones that bring us the best return for our money, and then go do those. That's how I see what we're supposed to do. That's what we're told.
I think the code backs you up on that.
Yes, sir, that does. That's what we're doing. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
Secretary,
Yes,
just
sir,
one
Mr.
quick one.
Lawson.
On strategic actions 15, we're talking about emerging areas. I assume we're just talking about new development? Is that an emerging area? We're not talking about a
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Lawson, this is referring to.
No, emerging kinds of trends.
Okay.
I don't think it's developing regions. I think it's emerging trends,
Well, if
such
I-
as curb management issues, micromobility, and shared mobility. So these are trends, emerging trends that are happening. Trend meaning we got curb management problems, we've got a lot of micromobility happening, and we've got shared mobility happening. How do we incorporate that?
I'm just thinking ahead, so are we going to be dictating policy to the residencies that give comments about new developments? To your point, you need to accommodate in your design for double parking and things like that. Is that where this is headed?
I think it's not, I think it's saying, be thoughtful as you move forward, that these are the factors that are impacting transportation. These are the emerging factors that are changing, and be thoughtful about that.
And the
And how
ones that-
you implement that is a different,
Well, that's what I'm curious
Question.
about, because we're talking to state transportation agencies, which I assume is VDOT. And are we going to have standards so that they then tell a new development, this is what y'all need to do? Is that where this is headed? Or have a building design that accommodates extra parking and deliveries and such?
Potentially, depending on where it is. Potentially. I mean, listen, we've sort of, we now look at, right? We look at multimodal stuff when we do roads now, as a matter of course. We don't necessarily do them, but we look at them and consider them and try to understand them. And so I think what this is asking us to do, and again, this is 4 years ago, and this can be there or not be there. I think what we're asking us to do is to be thoughtful, and as we're passing our policies and we're doing those stuff, these are things that are emerging as impacts. These are things that are unusual. If you go back 30 years ago, we didn't have micro-mobility, and we didn't have shared mobility, and we didn't have the same curb management issues that we're having. So, John? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, what I was going to say in regards to your comment here, under your strategic actions, number 9 here, evaluate and establish sidewalk and curb management best practices. That was a strategic action that was written in 21 in relation to the item you were just talking about.
Just doubling down on that. Okay.
That's the purpose of those things, is to say what we want to look at, and this is how we're going to look at them.
Thank you very much. All right, we are at the director's items. Item number 12 on the agenda. Director Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll be brief because everyone has my report in your packet, but I did want to just highlight that we received our final ridership numbers for FY25, and it's a really good news story. We were up 14% from FY24 overall statewide ridership. WMATA ridership specifically was up 16%. VRE was up 45% from the previous year. Virginia transit agencies, excluding WMATA and VRE, were up 12%, and the Virginia Breeze was up 9%. So in that vein, and talking about kind of the feedback loop that that the Secretary mentioned earlier, I also wanted to give you a quick update on our analysis of our merit funding allocation methodology that we're undergoing at DRPT right now. Just a quick reminder, MERIT stands for Making Efficient and Responsible Investments in Transit. And it's our kind of smart scale type of allocation method. You've seen the previous presentations that show you how complex this formula is, but the bottom line is that transit needs are increasing and our funds are limited by code. So this is really important work. It's been a huge endeavor of our department. And while we look forward to the future, as the Secretary mentioned earlier this morning, where we have more data and more reliable data to work with, currently we're working with what we have and making plans for the future, but we are finding ways to improve this formula, really moving to a more performance or metric-based approach and incentivizing and rewarding agencies that meet the customer's needs efficiently. So we have more work to do. There is one more meeting we are coordinating with the Transit Service Delivery Advisory Committee, or TSDAC, and then we will be bringing recommendations to you, either next month or in December, depending on how quickly we can get that pulled together and get through a required public comment period. But I wanted to just let everybody know that that work is ongoing, and also thank Dr. Smoot, who is your CTB representative on the TSDAC and is working closely with us as well. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Mr. Commissioner.
I'll be even more brief. Recognizing, or we've got a recognition coming up next week on a major milestone on the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. Next Thursday, we anticipate that we will be breaking through the second tunnel.
It's
which
gonna be a
will,
bad day if we don't. Just telling you.
ouch.
Keep doing so.
No pressure.
No pressure whatsoever.
No pressure. We just got the secretary coming down to watch, so.
I'll just relay that to the team after, they're probably watching right now and very worried now. This marks a significant milestone in advancing the project. The second bored tunnel under the Hampton Roads River that will complete a full 3 miles of tunneling through the Hampton Roads region. We were supposed to do it in 23 months. It's coming up that we will do it in 26 months. And we've actually broken a world record on mining in one single day or week on that facility. We did 366 feet in a week, and that does break a world record. Yeah. So we're very excited about this. Up channel from us, it took a little bit longer to be able to complete. So, Mr. Stant, we're ahead of schedule, or right on schedule, keeping us laser focused on the delivery of the project.
Mr. Stant.
Having lived with the tunneling operation for 5 years of our own tunnel at the Chesapeake Bay, I can tell you that this is going to be the happiest day in Steve Rich's life when that TBM breaks through. Basically because what it has done is it takes an enormous amount of risk off the table. And once that TBM breaks through, we're basically left with a very sophisticated, a very complex road project, which is a heck of a lot different than a road project coupled with a tunnel.
Boring tunnel.
The tunnel is all the risk in the world, as I can give you personal experience about it, but this is a big day for Chris Hall, for Ryan Bannis and their team at HRBT. Heck of a job under very trying circumstances, so it's going to be a great day, and I congratulate Steve and Shep and the magnificent job. As horrible as the experience has been for the traveling public, Shep said, the secretary said, it's going to be worth it in the end. So congratulations to Steve and Shep and the team.
I'll tell you, on the 24th, we have a ceremony. The governor will be there. U.S. Transportation Secretary Duffy will be there. I'll be there. Y'all been invited. And it'll be a fun day. So hopefully Miss Mary is going to do her thing and blow through that concrete wall, or it's going to be a little bit sticky. But no, we're excited about that. And I think Mr. Stant's comments are exactly spot on in terms of the risk and where we're heading. You finished? Yes. Let me say 2 things. First off, some of y'all will see, and there's been some discussion already, Mr. Stant's aware of this, Mr. Coleman's aware of this, and others. But we'll have 2 of the trains of our Amtrak state-sponsored trains that come out of Hampton Roads will be impacted over the next numbers of years, meaning they will stop and be replaced by shuttles or buses. And this is all being driven by the Long Bridge project up and across the Potomac and into D.C. And so because of lots of things between D.C.'s rules and cost and everything else, we have narrowed the ability to work on that facility to basically 4 or 5 hours a day during the week. And that's after the morning rush and before the evening rush. And if you sort of look at all the dynamics, and they've really got a pretty cool illustration I looked at to see it, but if you look at all the dynamics between VRE and Amtrak and the state-supported trains and the freight trains, what we can't have is work that's going on in the bridge project, and then we stop to let a train through, and then we go back, and then we stop to let a train through and go back. So we basically pushed the trains out. It's impacted everybody from VRE to freight to Amtrak and said, this is our window. And that has cascaded into a couple of the trains in Hampton Roads will not be will not be going, but they will have a similar connection on a similar time, either via a shuttle or a bus that'll travel in express lanes. The difference is you're going to be on a vehicle or a bus or some sort of shuttle vehicle as opposed to being on the train. So we're pretty, you want to step into that a little bit?
I would love to, Mr. Secretary. I just want to clarify one thing. Only one train will be removed. There are currently 5 trains. We're going to 4 trains and adding 2 buses, starting in January.
Yes, I apologize. So we're really sort of that's not the right word. We're compensating to have more than we had, but it's going to be different. And it's not what we prefer to do, but it's just like messing up the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel or messing up I-81. It's the pain you have to go through to get to what you want. And we think we've minimized it as much as it can be. It's not preferred, but it's preferred under the circumstances, so that'll happen. So I just want to make you aware of that, sort of out and buzzing in the news. And the last thing I'll say, because I want to make sure I don't overlook it tomorrow particularly. Safety is something we talk about a lot in transportation. It's the most important thing at the end of the day, is that the people that travel up and down these roads are safe. We've talked about a lot about enforcement. We've talked a lot about how many crashes happen in work zones. We've talked a lot about how many people die on Virginia's roads. And unfortunately, about 10 days ago, we lost a service safety patrol person up in Prince William who was just doing his job. And he didn't come home. What I'd like you to do is join me in a short moment of silence for Mr. Freeland, who lost his life on 95, just doing his job. Amen. Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.